Hello, NPC Lowlife 6940. I think that's a new name. Maybe not. You're the first person in. Hey, Perthy, no problem. I like D-Mod a lot too. It's a really cool card. It's one of those cards that I've been really interested in for a long time. So I'm just getting everything set up because I'm doing a new thing today, obviously. Everyone can kind of see this is not Yu-Gi-Oh! On the screen right now. This is a very unusual game, and I'm going to have to be doing a lot of explaining, I'm sure, to any folks who aren't familiar with the true roguelike genre. There's a lot of things that are called roguelikes that are really just procedurally generated. This is a true roguelike, and I think my favorite one. So anyone who is familiar with the genre, that does matter because there's a lot of options. Just sharing the link to the only channel that I know of. I'm in the Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup Discord. I'm doing a little bit of setup. Anywho, so the idea here is what I'm going to be doing today is streaming this game for people who probably aren't familiar with it. Most people watch me for my Yu-Gi-Oh content, what few people those are. But this is also going to be like a learning experience for me because I haven't played this version of Crawl. This version of Crawl has been out on their like live servers for a little while, but like the downloadable version that is like more stable and easier to go. You don't have to do it online, basically. Just came out, I think, a couple days ago. So this is going to be my first look at this version. That said, I have been playing this game on and off for, I think, 13 years. I don't remember when I first played it. It was a long time ago, though. So, uh, I'm very familiar with how the game is played, and I'm sure most of the things I know will translate to this new version, and there are a couple things that I read in the changelogs that I'm familiar with, so we'll see how that goes. So for anyone who has any questions, feel free to throw them out in the chat, and I will answer. Hey, DE Climax. 0.34 is a wild ride. I'm a big fan of this version. I've heard good things. The main thing I've heard is that I would probably like is the kind of the removal of the inventory management minigame. But anyhow, so without further ado, let's actually get to some gameplay. I've kind of done my preface long enough. I'm an intermediate player on this. I would not say I'm an expert. I'm good enough to win with all of the good combos that you can make in this game, but I'm probably not good enough to win with like all the really difficult ones. Like I can win with let me go to the choice screen here. I'm going to click Dungeon Crawl, and here's the first choice you get to make, and arguably the most important choice you have to make in any game, and that is your race. Each race facilitates a very specific play style compared to most of the other races, with some notable exceptions. I would say like humans and merfolk and demon spawn are fairly generic. Even Barachi, these like frog people, humans are humans, as you can, and merfolk is kind of self-explanatory. Am I going to play a new species? Probably not. So this is going to be like an introductory thing. My goal here is for anyone who doesn't normally watch, who normally watches my stream for my Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, they're going to see this game. They go, "What the hell is going on?" I'm going to go about this in here's the most basic way to play Crawl. Here's the baby's first character. And in my opinion, the best sort of explanatory first character is just a generic melee fighter. I don't want to get into all the spellcasting. That's going to require way more explanation of how things work. But Crawl is a complicated enough game that just a melee fighter, there's a ton to talk about through the course of a run. So what I'm going to do, and this is pretty much the most common starter character, is click Minotaur. Minotaur is the most standard melee character. They're really good at melee, and that will let me kind of explain the basics of Crawl the best way I can. Start with melee fighters for a long time compared to casters. Yeah, casters, I will say, in my opinion, I think spellcasting is significantly more powerful and much more likely to win a game if you know what you're doing than a melee character. That said, a melee character is much easier to understand. And I can kind of explain things and like the leveling up progression in the game a lot easier with a melee character. So here's your next choice, and this is your second most important choice in the game. That is your class, your background. As you can expect, a Minotaur is a race that facilitates being a frontline fighter, and all of the warrior classes, except the Stabby Brigand, are the highlighted choices. Hello, Ziggy Red. Beat DCSS a couple of times. Yeah, I think so. I've never done it online, which is where people like categorize and like show how many wins they have. I've always played offline because this is actually the game I play when my internet goes out. It's just I used to play it on my laptop when my power was out. Sometimes it's just kind of like my go-to. I'm alone playing by myself. I want something simple that I don't have to like. I don't know. There's a zenness to this game for me, so that's why I like it. So we're going to go with Fighter. So the actual other best choice, I think, for a starting player is Berserker. Berserker is as you could expect, they have a rage mechanic that they get from their god of choice, Trog. That said, I want to explain the choices of gods in this run. I don't want to start with a god at level 1. So we're going to click the next easiest thing for a melee fighter, and that is Fighter. Go figure. So here's your choice when you are a fighter. You have to pick a weapon of choice. So my general idea here is I personally prefer tridents. I'm a really big polearm believer in the game. That said, if for a noob character, a noob player who isn't super familiar with like positioning and damage and doing threat assessment, I'm going to suggest pick an axe. Axe is just generically useful. The difference between an axe, a flail, and a polearm, which are kind of your main 3 melee weapon choices for a strength-based fighter, axes have a cleave attack, which can hit enemies nearby, as well as the target you're attacking. Polearms have reach, and you can see this game is kind of is granularly depicted in a little grid here. It's a little 9x9 square around me, or 9 squares around me in a 3x3 grid, and a polearm can hit 1 space away, so you kind of extend your reach to that area. And flails and maces, they just have like a big variety of options compared to the other two, I think. That's kind of like their selling point. You can have like really fast, high attacking weapons, really strong, hard-hitting attacking weapons. And my general premise here is I prefer the axe for a starting character. So that's the basic list. So we are playing the game now, and this is the important thing. This is what I will suggest to every single person who plays the game for the first time. Press the M button, and these are your skills. Now you'll see that's not a lot of skills. It's just some melee weapons, some defensive stuff like armor, dodging, and shields, some fighting. What's even fighting do? I'll tell you in a second. Now you can press Shift 8 for the asterisk key, and that will reveal all of your potential skills. So here's where I'm going to explain skill aptitude. The reason I picked a Minotaur is that you can see there's a bunch of pluses and minuses on this screen. Every single magical ability, from earth magic up to basic spellcasting, is a horrible aptitude. They're minus on every single one for a Minotaur. Minotaurs are terrible spellcasters. That's not to say it's impossible to spellcast, it's just much harder to do a spellcasting run on a Minotaur. On the left-hand side, Minotaurs are good at all the fighting stuff. They got +2s in every major melee combat skill, a +1 in unarmed combat if you want to go that, which is still pretty good. A 0 is usable. I would say like 0 is a fine aptitude for any skill. +1 is a good aptitude, right? Think of 0 as kind of like your baseline. -1 is usable. -2 is bad. -3 is abysmal. Think of it like that. And all aptitude means is how easily you get better at this skill. And so the other choice you have to make when you're using your XP to increase your skills is, what's the most relevant skill for me to increase? So I have an axe as a weapon, and I want to kill things in this game. This is a dungeon crawl. You are here to... the basic lore of this game is, are you destined to find the terrific Orb of Zot or die trying? This is a humongous mega dungeon with all sorts of branching paths, and the ultimate goal here is to get all the way down to the bottom of the dungeon and find this magical MacGuffin called the Orb of Zot, take it from all the bad guys defending it, and then go all the way back up and escape back into this entrance you see me start at right here. That's the idea. And the way you do that is functionally kill things, or avoid them and get the orb. Hey, Darth Derek. I'm doing good. This is me playing the game as you might expect. And I'm doing the introduction for anyone who's watching the VOD. Choose to believe the Orb of Zod is just a really well-made bowling ball. It is purely a MacGuffin. The only thing the Orb of Zod mechanically does is make a bunch of super powerful evil demons try to kill you. That's the only mechanical thing it does in the game. It's just a goal for the game. I'm trying to get it. You're trying to get for your Saturday Rec League. That's cool. A family member will check in with the stream periodically. That's cool, Darth. So, I mean, this might not be the best stream to come in at periodically because I'm going to be explaining a lot of things. You might be lost if you don't get the full explanation, but hey, that's what it is. I'm sure people are going to be popping in and asking questions here and there. So, the other thing so let's get back to the skills, right? So we were doing skills before I kind of went to the lore. So, how do you go get that orb? You need to get better at things, and the main thing you need to do in this game is kill enemies. You have to destroy them, take nice loot, get stronger. The best way to get stronger is to do damage. Damage is a kind of offense because it kills them, obviously, but it's also kind of defense because dead things can't hurt you. So when you are training weapons, that's the main thing you're going to be doing as a melee fighter. You probably want to train the weapon that you are using currently. So I'm currently using an axe, so I'm going to turn off polearms, I'm going to turn off maces, I'm going to purely train axes. I'm also going to turn off all these other ancillary defensive skills because I want to get better at axes specifically. There's also one other thing I want to mention, because I actually haven't done this for a long time since we've had to change editions, is there's this little option right here, auto mode to manual mode. I always suggest going to manual mode so you can control your skills on your own. You always want to control your leveling of your skills. That's one of the most important methods of agency you have in the game. So we're going to turn this off, turn this off, and turn this off. So why am I only focusing axes? I will at some point be leveling armor, dodging, shields, and fighting. Those are all kind of suggested to be training at the start of the game because they were all on. And they're also all skills that I start with a little bit of extra experience in as a fighter. Fighters get some XP in a weapon, fighting, armor, and shields. As you can see, like I don't have any points in unarmed because I didn't pick unarmed for my weapon. I don't start with any dodging. I don't start with any stealth. And stealth does what it says on the tin. It makes you more likely to be unnoticed by enemies. So let's get to why I'm training axes. Axes, all weapons have these statistics, right? You can imagine if you've ever played any RPG game where you pick up a weapon, you look at the stats, what does it do? All weapons have these basic statistics. Accuracy, damage, and attack speed. Base attack delay is what it's called in the game for like granular reasons, but basically it means attack speed. And the most important thing you need to do when you are using a weapon is get it below 1.0 attack speed. Why is that important? Well, if you look over here, there's this thing called time. You see, I've taken one step, and it takes me 1.0 time. In the game, it's called arbitrary units of time. Basically, it's just, this game is turn-based, so every time I move, it takes one movement. Some races are faster, some races are slower, but most races can move one square in one arbitrary unit of time. If you look at your axe, my current attack delay is 1.4. So if I attack something, you can imagine this going from 2.0 up to 3.4. So what does this mean? Well, if I attack again, it'll go up to 4.8, and if I attack again, it skips over 5 and goes up to 6.2. This isn't exactly how it works. This is kind of like a layman's term dumbing down of it, but functionally, if my attack speed is above 1.0, every now and then I'm going to skip a turn while attacking and lose a turn, and that means all my enemies are going to get an extra turn to attack me. That's bad. This game is largely about threat assessment. It's about, I do this much damage, I have this much hit points. Can I kill this enemy who has this many hit points and does this much damage? If I can't trust my damage to be consistent, or my opponent's damage against me to be consistent, that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing to do, so taking extra time is generally not good. So I want to train. This is a personal opinion on how I play the game. Some people might do it a little differently, but there's a general basic wisdom here is get your weapon to an attack delay that isn't going to get you killed because you messed up and realized or didn't realize you were going to skip a turn. So my general goal is to get this attack delay down to, technically 1.0 would work, but this number isn't exact. It says 1.4, but the game actually does more math than that. It's either 1.4 and then some more decimal, like some more numbers beyond the decimal, or it's 1.3 and some more numbers and it's rounding up to 1.4. So generally speaking, just to be safe, I want to get this down to 0.9 before I do anything else on a melee fighter. So you can see here the weapon has a minimum attack delay of 0.7. That functionally means it's the reverse of what I was saying with the 1.4. With 0.7, you can imagine this going to 2.7, 3.4, 4.1, and eventually you gain a turn. You get an extra attack on your enemies, and that's really good. but it becomes more prohibitively costly to level up a skill the higher level it gets, so you need to do a trade-off at some point. So the 0.9 cutoff is my trade-off. It's been a while since I've played a Minotaur fighter. I tend to play more spellcasty characters because they're more interesting, but what I'm going to do is I set a experience goal. So I want to get this skill all the way up to the 0.9 threshold, and I think that happens around 11 points of skill, basically. So once I get this 2.4 up to 11, I think that's a good point to start training other skills. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the equal button. Lets you set a skill goal, and I press C to choose the axe, and I can just set it to 11. So once I'm done getting that XP all the way up to 11, it will suddenly ask me, okay, you've done your training, that you've gotten to your training goal. You can now choose something else because it'll stop putting XP into that skill. Now, this technically might not be the most efficient way to play the game. It might be more efficient to trade off of axes, get a little more in fighting to get more hit points. This gives you hit points, give a little more armor to get some AC, round out your defenses at certain points, because technically speaking, you do just do an average amount of damage over turns, and you can kind of play to that average, but I like to play it a little more concretely than that, so I do like to get my weapon skill up very quickly. And that's, in the past, I've seen like better players than me kind of purport a similar level of advice. Get your weapon good. Make your weapon good at fighting. The other thing I want to talk about is fighting. Fighting also increases your attack damage and accuracy, just like your weapon skill does, but it does it for all weapons and increases your hit points, as I said. This is really important because the number one defense you have in the game is your health bar. You can always judge how dangerous an enemy is by right-clicking them, seeing their damage output, and comparing it to your health bar, even without considering your AC and evasion and shields. Alright, so I've spent like 15 minutes now going over just how the game functions and how you level up a skill. So now we're going to actually start playing the game. And hopefully anyone who's watching the VOD, you can skip ahead if you already know this part, obviously, and you can get to this point. So now I'm going to press the O button. It's the Auto Explorer. So this game, there's so many floors and there's so much exploring. If I had to press a button to move every single time I did, I think that would be super tedious, and you don't have to. I will say the Auto Explore button is not the smart way to do it. A smart player considers every single move, right? So I've just been Auto Exploring. And hey, my first enemy, you'll see, here's a Quokka, a cute little rat guy. So here is, I'm going to give you a demonstration on how you play Crawl efficiently, or effectively, or smartly. You right-click an enemy. You look at their hit points. You look at their damage. You look at their speed, how fast they are, if you can outrun them or not. This guy's only got 5 hit points. He can only do 5 damage. I have a 38% chance to hit him. He has a 56% chance to hit me. So, roughly 1 in 3 attacks, I should get a hit on him, and roughly every 2 attacks, he should get a hit on me. Now, what's my damage? Well, my damage is, on average, 15. So the way damage works in Crawl is you don't always do 15 damage. You get a roll that's based around a 15, basically. So you can say your damage rating is like your max damage, I believe. It rolls a D15 or something, and then you hit. So you can kind of guess that your damage is at a 15, its damage is at a 5. I hit harder than it, I have more hit points than it, I probably have more AC than it, because you right-click it, it has a very small amount of AC. It probably has more evasion than I do. I don't know the evasion calculations, but basically, the way evasion works, and you have evasion, and so do monsters, is it kind of makes a roll based on your evasion rating against the enemy's accuracy, and if you beat their accuracy roll, you dodge them. It's a little unintuitive. There's no like strict number to it that's easy to like look at in the game. Evasion's good for you and good for your enemies. That's the basic here. So, a Quokka's actually a generally kind of threatening level 1 creature for a lot of characters, but I'm a Minotaur. Minotaurs start with a good HP, good aptitude, so I've already got good weapon skill, good armor compared to my contemporary, so I can probably beat this guy. Oh, there's one other thing about a Minotaur that makes them so good for a level 1 character, or just a fighter in general. You press Shift and you press the percentile key. Oh, sorry, no, it's Shift A for mutations, and this is every character. I think every race in the game has something on this page. Even humans have like a little basic thing that they heal when they... Humans are the most basic race, and they even have something here. Minotaurs have these special abilities. You have a pair of horns on your head, and you reflexively headbutt those who attack you in melee. You can click on these and learn what they do. So when I attack, I have a chance, a 35% trigger chance, to hit an enemy with a base damage of 11. That's almost as good as my axe. That's pretty good. This ability gets stronger as you level up. And if we click on this one, it says, when a foe misses me, I can reflexively retaliate. So basically, if this guy misses me, I have a 24% chance to do a roll of 11 damage against them. Ta-da! So basically, I'm stronger than my stats suggest because I do extra attacks, both as a retaliatory attack and as like an auxiliary attack when I'm attacking normally. So I do a lot more damage than just my weapon, and I do a lot more damage even when I'm not attacking. So I'm going to attack. Ooh, hey, I moved forward, and here is a lesson that I should probably teach you. Moving forward is dangerous. When you see an enemy, the smartest thing to do is back up. So they will chase you, typically, if they see you. You'll see this guy has a little question mark on it. That means he hasn't seen me yet, but I can see him. He can see me, and if another turn or so passes, he will probably start to see me. This little goblin here has seen me. And here's the ultimate risk and crawl. Moving forward too much and getting too many enemies' attention. So I'm going to back up one now that 3 enemies can see me. And hopefully, I was hoping the gecko would go in a different direction. So I'm going to try to break line of sight and make this a little safer and bring these guys to me so I'm fighting them one at a time if I can. The smart thing to do is to find a corridor, but there aren't any corridors here. So I'm going to back up. Okay, now, the idea here is this guy's faster than me. I can back up until he comes next to me, and now I get the first attack on him because he spent his turn moving towards me. That's kind of like the tactics here. How long have I been playing DCSS? I think around 13 years. I'm not exactly sure. I started playing it a long time ago with a friend who I used to play League of Legends with. In between, when we were queuing up for games, he would stream games to other friends we had in a Mumble channel, not even a Discord channel at the time, in a Mumble channel. And at one time he played DCSS, and I think he was playing a Nimlex Zobe character, and I was interested. I started playing it. I don't even think he plays the game anymore, and it kind of stuck with me. Alright, so now I'm kind of stuck in my situation. I don't want to run away, because if I continue to run away, this guy gets free attacks on me, so I might as well just try to kill him now. So I'm going to move one, and I miss. So here's your little log of things that happen. You encounter a Quokka, you encounter a Goblin. Goblin shouts, you hear an angry hiss. You encounter a Field Lizard. I closely miss the Quokka, I block the Quokka's attack. I have a shield. Shields have a basic % chance to block an attack, and you can block a maximum of 2 attacks per turn on a light shield. A medium-sized shield does 3 potential blocks per turn, and a big shield does 4 potential blocks per turn. So I'm going to try to kill this guy. Hey, I hit him, he died. That's basically how the game goes, especially at low levels when you're a Minotaur. You can kill most average enemies you see, and you can just kind of do the threat assessment, right? This guy's got 2 hit points. I'm going to one-shot him. He doesn't do a whole lot of damage. He's not much of a threat. So I'm going to back up, continue backing up. So now that I've alerted a lot of enemies, this is kind of like my best defensive position. Only 2 enemies can be next to me at any given time here, which is probably the safest thing for me in this position. So I'm going to press the S button, let this guy come to me instead of going towards him. So now I get the first free attack on him. This little exercise is why I really like polearms. If I was using a polearm right now, I could have attacked this guy when he was standing here and got a free attack on him. So now I'm going to press the right key to move right and attack him. I missed. Now here's the fun thing about an axe. I have a % chance to attack a guy next to me when I'm attacking this guy. And see, I didn't even kill the Field Lizard I was attacking. I accidentally killed the goblin to the north of him because I cleaved him. So so you can see right here, you closely missed the Field Lizard. You barely missed the Field Lizard. You hit the Goblin. I killed the Goblin. I didn't attack the Goblin. It's just I cleaved him with an axe. Is that described in this little tidbit here? Yeah. It hits all enemies adjacent to the wielder, dealing less damage to those not targeted. But because these guys have such low hit points, and my damage is so high relative to their hit points, I just killed them if I hit most of the time. And see, I killed him, and I low-rolled this ball python, but I did some free damage to it. This ball python is the next most threatening thing here. You can click it and see it has this ability to constrict me, which does an ongoing 1 to 2 damage a turn while it's biting me. So that's like an effect it does, and now it's constricted me, which lowers my evasion and locks me in place. I kind of have to kill it if I want to move. And there you go. That was not a wise decision the way I approached that Quokka, because, you know, there's so much unknown territory here. There could be any number of enemies around this guy, and he already saw me. I could have just backed up around the corner and fought him one-on-one. Learn a lesson. I'm not a great player. Like I said, I'm an intermediate player. I'm going to make mistakes. There's a decent chance I'm going to die on this run because I'm going to interact with things I've never seen before in this new version. I'm not a perfect player, so we'll see how it goes. But hopefully I can win because Minotaurs are the most bog standard melee character, and I've won on a few Minotaur runs before. So at this point, I'm just kind of breezing through these enemies. I don't consider them huge threats, but I will let them come to me in situations like that. I'm not going to just charge them every time. So this is a bat. Bats are annoying because they're fast and they attack and then fly away. It has 300% your speed, but they have like if you can trap them in a corridor like this, you can kind of get them stuck attacking you. Oh, this is an interesting level 1 enemy, a jackal. Jackals almost always come in packs. So I'm going to back up because I don't want him to alert his friends in this fight. When you fight things, or when you do anything in this game, it generates noise. Noise has like a % chance of alerting enemies in the area around you. Basically, when this bar fills up more, you make more noise, you attract more enemies. That's the basic gist. DCSS is fun. Good luck on the run. Thank you, Snowman. Snowman41. And see, there's the other two jackals. So we're going to back up now that we're in this corridor, let these guys come to me and free attacks. And hey, I've leveled up. You can see here I got this thing called experience level. That's just your level like in any RPG game. And I'm at 3% beyond that. So when you level up, you gain hit points and you gain MP, and that number is increased by your skills based on fighting and spellcasting. It also makes some of other abilities scale with level. So for instance, that mutation I was telling you about, remember how this said 24%? Now it says 25%. So these mutations that were innate to the Minotaur get stronger as you level up, just to kind of scale with the game so they don't lag behind. Oh, a skeleton. So I'm gonna press the O button. Ooh, this is like a little kind of vault thing. Features in a map that don't seem completely random. They seem like a setup like event are called vaults. So this is like a little vault. There's a little lizard guarding some human corpses and a bunch of gold. You can imagine there's shops in this game. You buy stuff with gold. Pretty straightforward. And so the general premise of the game is get stronger with your skills, find better equipment, kill everything, get the final orb. There's a few little things you have to do to go get the orb, and then we'll get to those as we get to them. Oh, this is new. So you can pick up spells. So if I press the Shift M button, whenever you pick up these little pieces of paper, you learn a new spell. It used to be books. I think this is like brand new, the way this is working. But hey, if you're going to play the game, you're probably going to pick the new version, right? So I've already picked up this Forge Blazeheart Golem spell, but I'm a Minotaur. I'm almost never going to cast a spell. Is there a way to not pick up spells in this? So here's like a little option. If you press the / key, you can choose what things you pick up and what things you don't pick up. I can turn off spellbooks. If I do that, okay, it won't pick it up. So if I was playing a spellcaster, this would be much more exciting. Poisonous Vapors is a reasonable early game spell to learn, but I am not a spellcaster. We are not doing spellcasting today, so I'm going to turn off picking those up. But now you know that's what a spellcasting spell looks like. If you pick this up, you would learn the spell. So if I press Shift M, I can now technically learn Poisonous Vapors, but I'm never going to. This is a strictly melee character, a strength-based melee character run. So I've alerted that guy, I let him come to me and attack him. Now, technically, if I was playing for max score, I would not do this strategy where I let the guys come to me. I would charge them to save turns, because turns reduce your score, but that's not what I'm worried about. I've never really worried about getting a super high score in the game. I've worried about winning and having fun. And hey, there's a shop. Yugioh's Magic Scroll Shop. Maybe a good learning opportunity. Here we go. So here's a cool thing. So there are consumables in this game. Most of them are called potions or scrolls. They have different effects, but they're all functionally the same. One-time use, you get a benefit from it. The cool thing about scrolls and potions is you don't have them identified. This is something in my starting kit that I didn't explain to you, but I start with these potions of mine as a fighter, which make me do a whole lot more damage in melee combat. So if I come across a really strong enemy really early, I can pop this and hopefully kill it by hitting out of my weight class, so to speak. So we have this. This is a scroll shop, and if you find an early scroll shop, this is what I would do. I'd just pick up a good scroll. Like, identify scroll is going to be nice to know, and you can... Hey, I've got 2 identify scrolls, so now when I pick up new scrolls, I can identify them. So this is like the most important early game scroll. It lets you identify objects in your inventory so you know what you have. I'm probably not going to do that early. I like to use my identify scrolls on other scrolls, because I think the most important scrolls in the game are teleportation, blink scrolls, and depending on the character, immolation scrolls if you have problems with groups of enemies. So I like to find those out first, and then I like to use my identify scrolls on potions so I don't accidentally use the wrong potion, because I like to find my curing potions to heal poison. That's kind of like my general heuristic. Find the most important scrolls that get you out of dangerous situations, which are teleport and blink. And you might find other good defense. Oh god, I just breezed right through that. So I just killed a gnoll. Gnolls are the #1 most dangerous enemy in the history of Crawl. The highest amount of kills on players in Crawl history are gnolls on level 1. And I just randomly walked into them and killed them because Minotaurs are so strong at level 1. So I'll talk to you about the next gnoll. I should probably see more than one in the game. So I've leveled up. At level 3, I get to choose between Strength, Intelligence, and Dexterity. As you can imagine, Intelligence is good for spellcasters. Strength is good for heavy armor-wearing melee characters. Dexterity is good for ranged characters, and also like dex-based melee characters. Swords are a dex-based weapon. This is a strictly we call it tabbing because the auto attack button is tab. This is a strictly auto attack based melee run, so we're pretty much only ever going to increase strength. Hey, look, it's 2 enemies. Back up. Oh, so this bat got close to me and it attacked me and missed, and then I retaliated. So that's pretty funny. It's good to fight one enemy at a time if you can. Oh, hey, here's a gnoll. Okay, so here's the thing about gnolls. This guy has 13 hit points. That's way more hit points than anything else you've seen in this game. He does 11 damage with the spear. That's way more damage than anything you've seen so far in this game. Those are very misleading because they kind of look like goblins and hobgoblins when you just look at their tile. But the important thing about Crawl, if I could teach you anything, the most important thing is right-click enemies if you don't know what they are or do. This is how you get this info. This is how you learn they're dangerous. I actually don't typically want to fight gnolls if I can help it. I would like to run away and get a couple more levels. There's a reasonable chance I could beat that guy in a fight, but I don't care about his gear. I don't need a spear, and there's no orb. He's carrying an orb. There's no orb that matters to me in this game as a melee fighter. There's no point in fighting a fight that is a reasonable chance I can lose. This guy hits almost as hard as me. He has only half my hit points, but he's more accurate and he has more evasion than me. Like, there's a reasonable chance that if I get unlucky, that guy can kill me. He's also got a pole arm, so if we start fighting, I have to charge him. He gets a free attack on me, not the other way around like I've been doing, because I can't just stand there and wait for him to come to me. I have to get close to him, because I'm a melee character. So another reason why I get pole arms is you don't get screwed by enemies who do have pole arms. So I'm going to avoid that guy. I'm actually going to go all the way down here. And the next thing we are going to do is go down some stairs to the next floor, because I'm just going to avoid that guy. So here's when you make a decision. When you go downstairs, it's a whole new world. It's a whole new world of danger. There could be anything on this other side of stairs because you're unveiling a huge chunk of the map at a specific time. So a bunch of enemies could be sitting here ready to kill you. So I'm going to show you a little trick here. Oh, hey, this is a great time to do it here. This is the second most dangerous enemy of the game, or maybe third, I forget. This is an adder. They're very dangerous, not because like they're super strong. They only do 4 damage, and only have 11 hit points. They don't have very much AC, but they're faster than you, they attack faster than you, and they poison. And they can, if they get multiple attacks on you, they can stack poison debuffs on you. It's like poison in any other game. It does damage over time, and it stacks. You can get more and more poisoned. So if you don't kill this guy fast, he will poison you, and you will die. This is a super common cause of death in the game. Like I said, either the second or third most common cause of death. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this guy come to me, because I can fight this guy no problem. And I'm going to go up the stairs. Aside from like undead and some like non-sentient creatures, most creatures will follow you upstairs, so you can kind of pull individual monsters or just a small handful of monsters upstairs. It does let them get free attacks on you, but now I'm fighting this guy one-on-one. I probably am going to have to fight that adder, but I don't have to. I can just choose a different set of stairs that's more safe. Ta-da! And hey, look, there's a slime. I haven't seen this guy before. He's no threat. Minor threat, 6 hit points, 3 damage. He can technically cast a freeze spell on me, but it's only 1d5 damage. Pretty inconsequential. That freeze is more relevant on some characters. Some characters start with a vulnerability to cold. So now that I've talked about an enemy who has elemental damage, what I would like to do is press Shift and then 5, or the percentile key. This brings up your kind of basic stat page on your character. You can see all these things on the left-hand side. These are either resistances or other utility effects. There's fire resist, cold resist, negative resist, poison, electricity, corrosion. So resistance poison would make me a lot stronger against that adder. It also displays all of your equipment. As you can see, I have a helmet, cloak, gloves, and boot slot, and an amulet and 2 rings. Resistances are very important in this game, and we'll get to it when we get to it, but basically you want to have 1 point in fire and cold, resist poison, electricity, if you can help it, because those are the most common kinds of damage, and 1 point gives you a 50% damage reduction as far as I remember. The second point goes from 50% to like 66%, and then the third point goes from 66% to 80%, so that first point is more important than the next 2 points combined, if that makes sense, as far as damage reduction goes. So, you know, I would have liked to have cold resist, because that guy does cold damage, but I didn't. I'll let this guy come to me. Open this door. And kind of an important strategy here is, like, clear around your staircases, so if you have to, I can run back to this staircase, because it's safer. Oh, here's that adder. I ran right past him, gave him a free attack, but... Okay, he didn't get a poison on me, but... Like I said, I'm a Minotaur. This is kind of the Minotaur experience. I'm a lot stronger than the average character at this point in the game. That's why I would say, hey, here's a great starting character. Oh, it's another adder. Cool. Let this guy come to me. Get my free attack on him. Kill him. There you go. I know I'm making this seem like it's not dangerous, right? Because I just like, hey, these guys are super dangerous, then I kill them without taking any damage. But they are dangerous because this game is largely based on a system of rolls. Everything is a percentage chance of happening, and I'm just getting lucky. And I'm strong, so, you know. So at this point, I can kind of just barrel through the game. I've kind of taken enough time. Oh, hey! This is another fun part of the game. So this is going to be something that, if you can't take unexpected bad things happening to you, maybe Crawl isn't the game for you. This is called Malevolence. as I'm just walking around the game, I reveal enough. I've revealed more of the map, right? Like as you can see, like there's fog of war basically, and as I get closer to it, I can see into it. The more fog of war in this game you reveal, the higher chance a malevolence has of happening to you. So this is a malevolent force fills the dungeon. There are multiple kinds of effects malevolence can have on you. The most relevant ones are you could drop down a floor. So I'm going from floor 2 to floor 3 without my choice of it, or you can like you get marked, which basically alerts a bunch of enemies around you to come to you and try to kill you. Shout out Malevolence. Yeah, Malevolence is one of the most dramatic and dangerous things in the game. It usually, what I would say Malevolence does a lot of the time is it forces you to have options to get out of bad situations, because Malevolence forces you into bad situations, because otherwise the game is too... you can control too much. I like Malevolence because I think you can control too much of the game if it didn't exist. Let me put it that way. You know everything that's going to happen on any given like screen of the game, but now, oh no, I was forced to go down down a floor. I don't have any stairs next to me. I don't have a good retreat path. This tests your ability to solve problems on the fly. As DE Climax is saying in the chat, it is the most interesting part of the early game. It's also the most dangerous. So my goal here is to find a staircase back up. Generally, if I'm strong enough, I might not worry about it. Like, I'm probably strong enough to handle Dungeon 3 at this point, but I will say, Dungeon 3 is kind of around where you start getting uniquely powerful named enemies showing up. So Dungeon 3 is kind of a bad place to get shafted to. So I'm going to like try to just clear around where I started, because I know there's no enemies directly there. I also think there's like a percentage chance that I think there's like a built-in logic in the game that you're not supposed to immediately drop next to like a million enemies when you get shafted, because that's maybe a little unfair, but I'm not sure about that one. I am finding a lot of loot. Okay, here's an interesting thing. Here's an orc. You haven't seen an orc before, so you probably want to right-click and see how dangerous he is. But you'll notice that orc's got a kind of shiny-looking trident. And if you look on his stat screen, he has a heavy trident. A heavy trident is Heavy is a magical brand attached to a weapon that makes it do more damage, but also makes it much slower. So this guy hits for 18 damage. This guy hits, I think, harder than me, right? My damage is only 16 despite trading the sacks. This guy hits harder than me. He's got less AC, more evasion, but he has way less hit points. I can probably beat this guy, but he's super dangerous. Because he gets a free attack on me too. So I'm going to back up, because orcs often come in packs, and I don't want to fight this guy with more than one enemy. I do not have any stairs to retreat to. Backing up blindly into the fog of war where other enemies can cut you off is dangerous. So I'm going to take the risk. This is a risk. This is a decent chance I can die here, like a non-trivial chance I can die here, and fight this guy. So I'm going to let him come to me. I have to take a free attack to get close to him. Now I'm going to try to kill him. Okay, you can see he hit me pretty hard, but he attacks slowly because the heavy trident has this brand. And it says right here, when you're looking at weapons, there's like the information comes right below the damage rating. It deals dramatically more damage, but attacks with it are much slower. So, Tridents typically have a low base attack delay, but you can see this only has a 0.9 compared to my Axe, which is a heavier weapon that is 0.7. This is actually a pretty solid weapon for the early game if you had the skill in it, because it's a flat damage bonus that nothing resists, basically. But I'm probably not going to use this. What I am going to do is I'm going to pick it up. So what I would say is generally a good idea on a melee character, even if you're not training polearms, to have a polearm on hand, because sometimes you can get in situations where you can attack someone like across an obstacle and they can't attack you. So it's kind of good to just keep one on standby. Oh, what I would also like to say is I picked up a scroll. Just use your identify scrolls on your scrolls. I've already found the sphere scroll. This is an amazingly useful scroll. This can get you out of so many dangerous situations, and now I know I have it. So I'm going to heal up, press the 5 button to heal up, and we're going to go back in that direction and start searching, because there's probably another orc around here. Yeah, see? I'm going to back up. So orcs do shout, which do bring other orcs with them, but I'm going to fight these guys in a corridor, so it's a one-on-one. Okay, here's either the second or third most dangerous enemy in the game. This is called an orc priest. Now, he has 15 hit points, which is more than a regular orc. He has a flail, which does plenty of damage. The most dangerous thing about this I'm avoiding a curse word, because I know some people don't like that, is this ability right here, Smiting. I'm going to press the C button. Smites any targeted enemy within sight with no direct line of fire required. This guy can, just by looking at you, do 17 damage. If he high rolls, he just does 17 damage. There's no resistance to it. This guy can two-shot me if I get very unlucky. My problem here is I don't have a good way around this. Now, I could burn my fear scroll and get this guy to potentially run away. I don't know if that's ideal. What I would like to do is get this guy into a melee situation, because the way enemy AI works is it always chooses pseudo-randomly what ability it's going to use. He might use a cantrip, he might try to attack me with his flail, he might try to cast pain on me, which is still a pretty decent damage attack for 1d9. Yeah, he might try to heal someone, but that's probably not likely because there's not going to be anyone damaging. So I would like to get this guy in melee because he's much less likely to smite me, and smite is his most dangerous ability. This is another situation where there's a decent chance I die, and this is all because of that malevolence, right? I think this is a dangerous situation. I have a piece of a consumable utility that will make me much stronger in this fight, so I'm going to try to kill these guys as fast as possible using my Potion of Might. As you can see, he immediately smote me. Now, here's an interesting smite mechanic. He smote me, and now it's giving me the option to change into an orc. That will make it so this guy is no longer fighting me, and I become an orc. I don't want to do that. I want to show you how minotaurs work. So I'm going to kill that guy, charge this guy instead of letting him come to me, try to kill him quickly. Okay. I don't want to do an orc run. An orc run is an entirely separate beast with entirely other mechanics I don't want to get to. So I just wanted to kill that guy. I popped a might potion. I think it was wise because I got down to half health here. I was literally one smite away from death if I rolled poorly. DE climax. I'm currently an orcish mummy. Oh yeah, mummies are so weak early game. Getting smoked, you're like, yeah, I guess I gotta be an orc now. It might have been the wise decision to actually become an orc there, legitimately. Like, that's a reasonable choice in that situation. But for the purposes of this game, I'm going to try to stay a Minotaur. So I'm going to heal up, move around. I'm going to press... You can also... if you're familiar with the Control F button on, like, a browser page, you can press Control F to search things. You can press Control F to search items, too. So I can press Control F to search body armor to see if I have any, like, improvements to my body armor. Nothing better yet. You can press Control F for axes and try to see if you find a better axe. Bogon Mummy is also kind of nice. You get to spam smite like crazy. Yeah, that's pretty... It's a way to offset your weaknesses. So I'm just going to keep moving. Oh, I found some... Oh, wow. Jesus. Okay. I will talk about this in a second, but I've picked up more scrolls. I'm going to use my identifiers. And now, hey, I immediately found a teleportation scroll. Teleportation scrolls are one of the more common scrolls in the game, and they let you, once you use it, in 3 to 5 turns after you use it, you teleport to a random spot in the map. It becomes a better escape tool the more of the map you've discovered and cleared, because there's more spots where you won't get in danger. But they're super common, so you can kind of like use them back to back to back until you find a good spot when you're in danger. But here's a new mechanic. I have stumbled upon this item. It's called the Amulet of the Four Winds. This is maybe the best amulet in the game. It's arguably the best amulet in the game. There are things in the game called artifacts, which are non-standard pieces of gear that have unique properties that would not be on a typical piece of gear. So a typical amulet will typically have one property, right? There are amulets that give you regeneration to your hit points or your mana, amulets that give you reflection property to reflect enemies' ranged attacks. This is one of the best amulets in the game. It gives you 4 resistances and clarity. Clarity is maybe the best defensive thing you can have in the game. Clarity prevents you from having things affect your mind, so you can't be forced to go berserk. I think it prevents you going to sleep in a lot of cases. Protects you from confusion, rage, mesmerization. Oh, it says right here: confusion, rage, mesmerization, and fear. Confusion is the most common status effect in the game, I believe. Rage is fairly common. Mesmerization is a little more niche, but comes up frequently, especially in the mid game. And fear comes up every now and then. The most important thing about this is will plus plus plus. Besides these effects you are immune to, willpower is basically... Everything in the game that isn't like a damage effect typically checks your willpower. So if I go back to my little stat page, you'll see I have this thing called will. And every little dot of willpower is like a new tier of resistance. This basically means I'm immune to most negative effects in the game that like would affect me non-damaging in a non-damaging way for the rest of the game. And also, just as a freebie on top of... If it just had clarity, it would be one of the best amulets in the game. If it just had 3 pips of will, it would be one of the best amulets in the game. If it just had resist negative, it would be a fine amulet. It has all 5. So I'm going to go pick this up and equip it immediately. This is already a very lucky run. Like I said, it's not the best item in the game. It's not the best defensive item in the game. I would say the best defensive item in the game is a Shield of Resistance, but it's close. I think it's between those two, and it's insanely good. I don't know, Clarity's so good. It might be better than the Shield of Resistance. It's crazy. Great start. I'm going to avoid some of the most dangerous tests of the game. I'm going to pretend like I don't have clarity and 3 pips of will for a lot of the game, just to kind of show you decision-making processes. But willpower is insane. Willpower is really against confusion and banishment. Yes, banishment's a big one. This amulet already makes me immune to confusion because it gives me clarity, but if I didn't have clarity, willpower is good to stop confusion. How long have I been playing this game? I think 13 years. I don't remember exactly when I started. I don't remember the version I was playing when I first started, but I think 13 years. Alright, kill this. Now we're just going to go through the game. Hey, here's another mechanic. I kind of ran past it, but this is a cloak. It's a piece of auxiliary gear. So if we go to my little stat page, you can see helmet, cloak, gloves, boots. I'm going to pick up this cloak. It's free AC. This game has been in existence since like 1999 or something. If you're familiar with NetHack, this game is very similar to that, but I think it's a much more streamlined and intuitive version of a roguelike than NetHack. I'm going to turn this corner. This guy's actually like pretty dangerous. He can like ensnare me, which shoots a. It's like string shot in Pokemon. Shoots a web of streaming webbing at the creature, ensnaring it. So ensnaring is like it forces you to be. It makes it so you can't move and it lowers your evasion drastically. So I'd like to fight this guy in melee. So I'd like him to come up to here, and then I will attack him. Whoop. See, I am held. So the only way you can get out of being held is trying to move. So I'm just going to attack him while trying to move. And I break out of it, and then I kill him. I'm much stronger than that guy, but you know, that's an enemy who's like really dangerous for like some spellcasters, because like if you're out of MP or something, like you miss your spells, and this guy ensnares you and then comes up and hits you twice for 9 damage, you just die. But I am not a spellcaster. I am no weak spellcaster. I am a big, strong Minotaur man. And hey, here's a staircase up. Now, this is an important thing. See that little asterisk in the corner? That means I've not seen this staircase from the other side. So if I go up this staircase, it will be in a new area. But Dungeon 2 is... Oh, I was going to say Dungeon 2 is less dangerous than Dungeon 3, but I was wrong. It's Robin. Okay, so you remember how I mentioned on floor 3, you're much more likely to find dangerous named enemies? Well, Robin is a dangerous named enemy. He always comes with a little horde of hobgoblins and goblins, and he has this ability called Throw Ally and Battle Cry. So what he can do is he can press Battle Cry, and all of his nearby goblins and hobgoblins get significantly increased damage, and he can throw his enemy behind you so that you can no longer run away from him. He's very annoying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this adder get close to me, and then I'm going to go up a floor and kill it by itself. And I'm going to try to fight Robin... Oh god, it's another orc priest. So I wanted to clear the area around my staircase before I start stair dancing. But I found an orc priest, so I need to clear that orc priest before that happens. So hopefully I can go around the corner. Okay, I'm trying to break line of sight so he doesn't get free smites on me. Okay, there we go. Charge him, kill him. Good. So I want to clear the area around that staircase before I kill Robin, because you don't actually. So a piece of wisdom: you do not have to fight every fight you see. It is not smart to fight everything because that's a good way to die. Avoid fights that are dangerous, but I am a Minotaur fighter, and I am strong, and I think I can fight that guy, and that's a lot of XP. Unfortunately, I can't equip his helmet. Robin always comes equipped with a helmet, but, oh, hey, a ring. Ring of +6 dexterity. Dexterity also improves your evasion and your shield, so I'm going to equip this. It doesn't increase it yet, but here's a way I can demonstrate that. You see how it says, so I have my dexterity ring unequipped, so if I go to my skills, I can press the question mark key, shift / which also is question mark, and I can click on dodging. And you can see every point of dodging I get increases my evasion by 0.03. Or sorry, 0.3. So if I equip this dex ring and I go check it, I'm not sure this is exactly correct, but maybe now I get plus 0.5. So it didn't quite double the effectiveness of trading dodging, but it came close, right? That's a significant increase. It's not doing a whole lot right now because I don't have any evasion training, but I have nothing else in my ring slot, so I might as well equip it. Oh, also, I forgot to equip my cloak. Alright, so let's identify the scroll of amnesia. Okay, so I'm never going to do any spellcasting. So, oh, I don't have to drop it. That's right. I'm still going to drop it, though. Just so it's not in this inventory. I forgot, like, we don't have inventory anymore. Like, they got rid of the inventory literally this patch, so I'm not used to that, but I just don't want it in my inventory, so I'm still going to drop it. But amnesia scrolls let you forget spells. I'm never going to learn spells, so I don't have to pick it up. So I'm going to clear out this area around my staircase, and then I'm going to try to fight Robin with stair dancing. So stair dancing is this thing where I can go up and down stairs, and now I'm fighting just a smaller amount of the enemies, and I know this seems stupid, like, why are you fighting 4 guys at once? But legitimately, I'm very strong. I can just kill them like that. So as long as they're not getting buffed by Robin, they're a lot less scary, and also, like, I'm just really strong. I did take a little bit of damage there from going up the stairs, but So I'm going to go up the stairs one more time so he's not hitting me with that pole arm. And I can fight him. I wanted to... So, I will say... I probably shouldn't have done that. If I'm just strictly trying to win, that was dumb. I didn't have to fight Robin that way. I could like come from another angle, attack him in a corridor, and with an axe, getting one guy third behind you is not that dangerous. But I wanted to showcase stair dancing a little better. That's called stair dancing. Whenever you go up and down stairs, they do get free attacks on you, but it does let you like partition off enemies into more digestible chunks. Is how I would describe it. Hey, this guy's got a little ranged weapon, a little sling he could hit me with. It's probably actually wise for me to carry around a sling and like equip it and pull enemies towards me, but it's not worth the effort. As a Minotaur, I cannot equip full-on helmets. Oh wow, Helmet of Light. It surrounds you with a glowing halo, revealing invisible creatures, increasing accuracy against all within. Wow, this is a new thing. I've never... Helmets of Light are new. I've never seen that before. I'm kind of sad that I'm a Minotaur now because I can't use this cool little Helmet of Light. Because I have horns, I can only equip hats. I can't equip helmets. So I have to leave it on the floor. But that's actually a really cool item. Just increasing your accuracy if you don't care about the stealth. Oh, here's a cool thing. This is the Poison Dart. Poison darts, as you can expect, are darts that poison things. You can throw them. I will demonstrate this on the next enemy who is susceptible at a range. So there's an adder. It's probably going to be kind of a waste, but... Nope, okay, nothing here. So we're going to go down. We're going to go down some stairs I've already seen before, which are these ones up here. So we're going to go down these stairs. It's just safe to do that. Ooh, what are you? What are you? Okay, so you'll notice this guy has a little pink aura around him. The thing I love about Crawl is that the developers have made it such that most of the important information you need in the game is obvious and visible. The game has been coded such that when this guy's walking around with these nets, the game lets you know, hey, there's something unusual about this gnoll. Not only is he's using a pretty strong spear, 16 damage, that's nothing to sneeze at. He's also got these nets that if he throws them, ensnare me, kind of like that ribbon worm was doing earlier. So I don't want to fight that guy if I'm netted. So I'm going to back up, down a corridor, and try to fight him now, this way. So again, gnolls are dangerous. If you were playing a Minotaur, you can probably do what I just did, but most characters, if you see a whole pack of gnolls, you should probably just run away. You should probably run away, go down some stairs, and avoid fighting them because they're dangerous. But I'm very strong right now, so if you're playing a Minotaur, you can kind of take the same risks I'm taking. Anyhow, throwing weapons are cool. So poison darts, you throw them at people, they get poisoned. Nets, you throw them at them, they can't move, and you get free attacks on them. Pretty straightforward. They're good to keep around. Basically, anyone could use these items. Besides, like, characters who don't have hands, like Felids. So go down some stairs, and hey, a new enemy, Iguana. This guy is dangerous. He does 15 damage, but he's doing 15 damage without like a heavy branded weapon like that Gnoll and that Orc had. He just does 15 damage at a regular speed. So that's actually much more dangerous because he's attacking faster. So I don't let him come to me and get my free attack, and I kill him because I'm very strong. But threat assessment is important. It's good to know when an enemy is strong. I don't want to charge that guy. I want him to come to me. Same thing here, right? This guy actually, no, he doesn't hit very hard, so we still let him come to me and hit him. And we can kind of like go avoid, like, I don't have to keep harping on about damage races and the enemy threat assessment. So we're equipping this ring. Some maybe more veteran players than me would say, hey, you've got this identify scroll, just identify a potion. It's good to know what your potion is, but I really like to save it for my scrolls. I really like to save my identify scrolls until I find at least my blink scroll and my teleport scroll. Then I might start doing potions. Oh, that was a really dangerous enemy. Sleep cats can put you to sleep. Sleep is bad. Okay, hey everybody! This is the most dangerous named enemy in the game. His name is Sigmund the Dreaded. He's called the Dreaded because I think he has the most kills among named enemies. The reason that is because he shows up early in the dungeon and he's super strong. He's got 27 hit points. I think that's more hit points than anything I've seen so far. He does 13 damage. Not the most damage I've seen so far. The Iguana hit harder, but that's still pretty hard, and it's a scythe, so he's doing it from a distance. The more important thing is he's got Magic Dart, which does 3d4 damage at a distance, so you can't just run away from him or like wait for him to come to you. He might just sit there and start shooting you with darts. Same thing with a throw flame. He can turn invisible, which is super annoying. If he goes invisible, it's very hard to hit him. And the most dangerous thing of all, besides maybe the invisibility, is Confuse. He induces a state of bewilderment on a creature, and confusion is blah blah blah. Basically, he makes you confused. When you're confused, you don't control your character, basically. If you try to move, the game will choose a random direction to move you in. If you happen to move into an enemy, it will perform an attack. But it's dangerous otherwise, so... And there's an iguana there. I'm going to go up these stairs instead of fighting Sigmund, because he turns invisible, and going invisible is dangerous. Don't fight Sigmund! Unless you are very strong or have some guaranteed way to kill him, just don't fight the jerk. He's the most dangerous guy in the game. He has killed more players than anyone with a name else in this game. Don't fight him. Period. It's that simple. His gear is not worth fighting over. He's worth a lot of experience, but I don't know. Why would you fight him if you don't have to? I've been talking about how strong I am, how many risks I've been taking because I'm strong. I am not taking that risk. I'm not taking this risk. Okay, well, he saw me, so I might have to. So we're going to run away. I have the same speed as these guys, so I can just run away. I might be able to win this fight because I'm in a corridor. Pykel is interesting. So Pykel isn't actually... He is pretty dangerous. He's doing 26 damage with that Whip of Flaming. He's got 39 hit points and decent AC and evasion. He's more likely to hit me than I am to hit him. And my attack delay isn't at 1.0 yet. I don't think I can beat Pykel. I could probably beat Pykel if I use some of my stuff. So if I like pop a strength potion and then throw a net at him, I could probably beat him. But why risk it, right? I'm just going to go... I don't have a good form of egress here, so I'm going to let this Lemur come with me and fight it one-on-one. Lemur is much less dangerous than him, so... Where was this? Was this the Sigmund one? Okay, no. So, Pykel's right over here. Now I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to throw these darts at him. This might be a free way to fight this guy. I'm going to get this corridor so guys can't surround me. I have these darts I picked up, and this is a great chance to get some free damage on this guy. If I can... Yeah, see, I've poisoned him twice, so he's taking a lot of damage. So now I'm much more likely to fight this guy and kill him. I'm also going to throw a net at him. Aha! So now he's netted. He's taking poison damage. I'm much more likely to hit him. He can't hit me. I'm going to attack him while he's netted. He can't dodge me. It's a bunch of free attacks. And I still lost, like roughly a third of my hit points in that fight, despite my huge advantages. He's a very dangerous character. A +1 Flaming Whip might be worth equipping right now. It does 10 damage plus Flaming Brand. This does 18 damage. So you can see this weapon's enchanted just like the Trident, the Heavy Trident. Flaming Brand basically says plus 25% damage with fire. So if you do the math here, 25% of 10 damage is 2.5 damage, right? So you can imagine this says 12.5 damage functionally, and it attacks at 0.8. This says 18 damage, but it attacks at 1.0. So basically this is 18 damage, and then 12.5 at 0.8 speed. So what's 0.8 speed relative to... It's functionally like... 0.5 is functionally double damage. This is like... It's more than 20% damage. So it's like 20% damage on top of 12.5 would be 4-ish damage. So you can imagine this is doing 16.5 damage. This does less damage. It is more accurate, though, because it has a +3 to accuracy. So this is probably a better weapon for me to use right now than my axe, unless I'm fighting multiple enemies next to me. Also, there's an important thing to note. Overkill damage isn't good damage. So this does more base damage, right? 18 is going to be hitting harder than this does on average, even with the Flame Brand, right? But enemies don't have that much hit points right now. So what's actually better is to attack more often for more discrete forms of damage. So attacking faster for slightly less damage is possibly more efficient at dealing with multiple enemies. Because like you don't get a bonus for killing a guy by an extra 10 damage. You get it's better to kill him as fast as possible, and a faster weapon does that currently. It's almost worth not going into axes anymore, but I'm so close that I might as well keep going. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to stop training axes now that I have this whip. If I find a better axe, I will then go back to my axe. But like this whip's already at a 0.8 delay, which is good enough for me, and it gets there just with a 6 in the skill that I get kind of a... There's a thing called cross-training, but like when you train axes, you get a little bit of skill in maces and polearms. That's another interesting thing about it. Polearms train you in axes and staves. I don't have staves showing, but you can see if I was training polearms, I would be getting bonuses to staves, and I think maces only does axes, something like that. So I've naturally gotten some free mace points here, and whips, maces and flails, whips fall under that. So what I can do now is get some fighting. Fighting will increase my hit points and my damage and my accuracy. So I can get some points in fighting. We'll get that up to, what's a good number? Like, let's say 6 before we consider what else to do. I see a ring there. I'm going to go get that ring. It's a nice piece of gear. Okay, hey, here's my first altars, by the way. So we have 2 altars, the altar of Makleb and the altar of Rue. These are both perfectly reasonable choices. I probably would not go Maclib on a Minotaur. Maclib is an invocation-heavy god. So if I press M again and look at my skills, and I press Shift asterisk, Shift 8 to asterisk, you'll see down here in the bottom right, there's these these are the core magical skills. Here's like these three by themselves. Evocation is your ability to use magical items. Magical items include like wands and these things called evocable items. Shapeshifting is like there's these things called talismans that lets you change form. You can turn into a lich, and you can turn into a statue, and you can turn into a tree and stuff like that. Shapeshifting is the skill that lets you do that effectively. And then there's invocation. This is the skill that governs the ability to use god powers. So the third most important decision most characters make in a game is, what god do I worship? And the general wisdom is, find a good god as early as possible. So, if I was playing this game like an expert, I think there's a reasonable argument to make that going Rue immediately is a decent idea. I will say, Rue is also a god who kind of benefits from invocations, if I remember correctly. So, Rue's the sacrificial god. Let me double check on Rue. There's actually a thing called the Dungeon Crawl Wiki. You can just type DCSS, and I'm just going to type in Rue. I believe Rue's things are based on, you can't see me looking this up now. Okay, well, whatever. But Rue has these things called, Rue gives you a bunch of abilities. Actually, you know what I can do? I know exactly what I can do. I can go over here, I can stand on Rue, and I can press Shift and click on it, and it will give me everything that Rue does. You now exude an aura of power that intimidates your foe. Your aura of power can strike those that harm you. You can heal in your body and restore your magic by using this ability. You can gather your power into a mighty leap. You can wreak a terrible wrath on your foes. So, actually, does Rue ignore invocation? Yeah, Rue only cares about piety, so Rue's a pretty reasonable choice. Rue gives you a lot of cool abilities. The main thing Rue does is you have to make sacrifices. You have to like choose which skills you can sacrifice, and it gives you more piety. And piety's the amount your god loves you and the amount of gifts your god will bestow upon you based on how high your piety is. And you get more power for the more things you sacrifice. Rue would be a perfectly reasonable god in my estimation for this character, because it's not very invocation heavy. I don't think a Minotaur is a great invocation based character. If you look at my skills, I only have a 0 invocation. It's fine. You could do a very invocation heavy god on a Minotaur and probably do fine, but I would prefer a god who doesn't need that much invocation, because it's not that good of a skill for me. I am not going to choose Rue. I think it's probably a reasonable choice to say, hey, just pick Rue. It's a good option. You found it early. There's a decent chance I'm going to find a temple filled with altars, and the altar I do want in this game within the next 2 or 3 floors, so this isn't that early. If it was floor 1 and Rue showed up, there's a really good argument to say, just take it, man. Getting a god that early is going to solve a lot of your problems really fast. Yeah, and Rue's kind of a god that's like good for nearly anyone. Some characters Rue is good for. For instance, I probably wouldn't go Rue on most Gnolls, because like the thing I love about Gnoll is that they train every skill, and I don't like giving up any of them because I like to have my options. But on a character like a Minotaur has so many skills you aren't using. You have tons of like your offensive skills. You're not gonna use any of these short or long blades. Not gonna use stealth. You're not gonna use any of these you're not going to use shift shifting. You might use a little evocation, but you don't need to. You're not going to use any of these spellcasts. You can give up most of your things and get a lot of power very fast. Yeah, the power tab confirmed. Yeah. So, I know for a fact that Maclib is a heavy invocation god, so I would not suggest this on a Minotaur melee fighter, but basically what you should do is press M on your character and check your invocation skill. If you have a high invocation skill, Macleb's a great choice. Macleb, on his own, as a god, you can do an entire run based on just using Macleb's abilities and win the game doing that, for the most part. You need to have some stuff to do in between, because you do need to build up piety sometimes, but Macleb's really beneficial. Macleb, like, rewards you by, like, whenever you kill things, you get hit points back, so it's kind of like passive regen. Lets you summon demons and teaches you powerful nukes, and once you get to max piety, Macleb, like, gives you a super powerful, like, demon form or whatever that you get to pick. That said, for the purpose of this run, for the purposes of demonstrating things as a melee fighter, I'm going to avoid both these, because there's a specific god I have in mind, the most standard melee god, and I'm sure anyone who's played knows who I'm talking about. So we're going to fight this iguana. Some people like Macleb with low invo purely for the regen. The regen's good, but I don't think so. I don't think it's worth it. Oh, hey! Here's another important thing. Throwing weapons. Throwing weapons are a weapon that you can throw. Like that dart I have, but with a boomerang it just actually does damage to poisoning a guy. Throwing weapons are interesting because, let me compare my weapon to my throwing weapon. You see this axe, how it says base damage of 11, you can see the base damage right here, and then it's multiplied by a factor of your strength and a factor of your skill. So the more I increase my fighting and my axe skill, the more this base damage is multiplied. Same with my strength. Throwing weapons are different. When you increase throwing, you increase your base damage, and then that is multiplied by your strength and your fighting. This means that this is always better. This is always going to get you significantly more damage than the marginal percentage damage increase you get from melee weapon training. So throwing weapons are very, very strong for that, but they have a 1 in 20% chance of being destroyed on impact, so they are not infinite, right? I don't run out of ammo with my whip or my axe, right? But throwing is one of your few options you have as a pure melee fighter that scales with your strength damage to give you powerful ranged options. Well, I gotta change my screen really quick. I'm getting flashbanged by the crawl wiki. I should get that on dark mode. Okay. But yeah, I assume DE Climax, you probably... Okay, it's Sigmund. Thankfully, he cannot confuse me, so I can just kind of run away from this jerk. Every time he casts a spell, he gets left behind. Up the stairs I go. Goodbye, Sigmund. Down the other stairs I go. I'm not fighting Sigmund. He's just too dangerous. I'm actually probably one of the best characters ever at fighting Sigmund right now because I have clarity already, and the confusion is like the super dangerous thing he does. Ooh. That's a bunch of orcs. Pull them around a corner. I'm going to run. I'm trying to kill that orc priest as fast as possible. It's kind of a dangerous maneuver to just run past this guy and attack the orc. But the most interesting thing an orc wizard does is confuse you, just like Sigmund. Sigmund's kind of just an orc wizard that does more damage if you think about it. But I can't be confused, so I could take that risk. But generally speaking, just killing the orc priest is a good idea anyhow. Also, I picked up this ring. I don't need this ring. It increases your MP. Well, you know what? I could find an aim. No. Okay, so I was about to say, this ring that increases your MP is probably not very important on this character because I'm not going to be using my MP very much. I could find an amulet called an Amulet of Guardian Spirit, which makes your hit point count as your mana count as your hit point pool, and that would potentially make this useful. But I already have an amulet I'm never going to unequip, so we're just going to go ahead and ignore that. I'm going to heal up. I probably can just fight Sigmund once I hit 9x level. Like, I'm going to be level 8. I have good fighting. I have good damage. Oh, it's Crazy Yugioh. Crazy Yugioh is also dangerous because he always comes with a Quarterstaff of Chaos, which hits pretty hard, 20 damage. And he always comes with a cloak. And he's also always locked in a little insane asylum cell. And he's always coming with hammers because he's crazy as a bag of hammers. Or something. I forget the name. I got no reason to fight this guy. He's not worth that much experience. I already have a cloak. So if you really want a cloak, you can fight him. The only time I really ever break out Yugioh is when I'm a summoner, so he can't like hit me with his staff. A chaos branded weapon has a chance to do crazy things to you. It might buff you too, but it's just not worth the fight. He's not as dangerous as Sigmund, but he's random, and random is bad in Crawl. So I'm treading carefully because I know Sigmund's around here, and I just don't want to fight him until I at least get one more level. Fighting skills increase to level 5. If I had to say invisibility ring, I would take on Sigmund right now, because the problem with him is invisibility. Oh, hey, it's a scorpion. Scorpions are basically adders on crack. They hit harder, they still poison you, they're fast. They're just like they're just adder 2.0. They're not as dangerous adders because you don't see them as early as often when it comes to like total amount of players killed, but otherwise. You treat them the same way you would treat an adder. Dangerous because of poison. Alright, because I'm finding altars here, I want to like finish looking around because I don't want to miss a particular altar. I think I've cleared this level when it comes to altar potential, so I'm just going to avoid Sigmund now. Ooh, this is a dangerous enemy. This is a Sky Beast. In the past, these guys used to go invisible, but I don't think they do anymore. Yeah, they have a hit that's equivalent to an ability called Airstrike. It does more damage based on how many open spaces there are around me. This is actually a perfect place to fight this guy because there's not many open spaces. There's only 1, 2, 3 open spaces, so I'm just going to fight this guy now. Hey, I got my fighting up to level 6. What I'm going to do now, because it's cheap, I'm going to get these maces and flails up to like Here's an important thing about leveling up your skills. You see these little blue numbers next to all my skills? I can't tell you how much XP an enemy gives you and how much it's going to contribute to leveling your skills. What I can tell you, and this is the important thing, your skills are relative to each other. For instance, to get my next point in Maces and Flails, it's going to cost me 1.4 arbitrary units of experience. I don't know how much experience that is, but it's like 1/6 as much XP as getting one more point in Axe. So you can see how much faster that would go up. I can get way more levels in Maces and Flails than I would get in Axe. And the only reason it's like that is because of the cross-training nature of Axes and Flails. So I'm going to get my Maces up a little bit. Oh, Maces cross-training with Staves. That's why I'm getting 0.5 there. That's funny. So I'm going to get this up just a little bit, just to increase my whip attack speed down to 0.5. Because I might as well, right? Like, I found a really good whip weapon, and it's super cheap right now. Oh, hey, I found a new scroll pile. We'll identify that. Scrolls of poison. This will be super useful if I ever find a bunch of poison enemy, weak enemies. All right, here's another super big challenge. This is an ogre. Ogres are really dangerous in the early game because if you look at this guy can hit me for 39 damage. That is a boatload of damage. That will two-shot me. You notice I've been talking about how dangerous orc priests are because they could maybe three-shot me or something. This guy can two-shot me. Now, technically, that's very unlikely to happen because, like, 39, if he max rolls twice in a row, that'll be 78 damage, but it's also going to, like, be reduced by a minimum amount by my AC. AC isn't flat damage reduction, it's like a percentage of damage based on your AC number. He's unlikely to kill me in 2 hits, but he is likely to kill me in 3 or 4 that connect. He has a 54% chance to hit me, I have an 80% chance to hit him. He has 27 hit points. I do roughly 12.5% damage, so I can kill this guy in, or 12.5 damage on average, that's like 7-ish, 7 to 8. So I can probably kill this guy in 8 hits. He can kill me in 3. So he's a little dangerous. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to poison him. The thing about ogres is they have mediocre evasion. So you're very capable of throwing stuff at them. And so I think I can probably take him now. Because I also attack much faster than him. I think ogres attack like once every 2 turns. This guy can just kill you if you're not careful, though. The much more dangerous one in the future will be a 2-headed ogre. And we'll get to that when we get to that. Oh, it's a brown bear. So brown bears have a special ability. They go berserker rage whenever they take enough damage. The thing about berserk is it increases hit points, it increases damage and attack speed. So a good thing to do against... It's good against a lot of enemies, but a good thing to do against anything that can berserk is poison it, because poison ticks damage even while they're berserk. And when they berserk, they attack faster, so they're getting ticked down by poison damage faster, as far as I know. Or maybe it's maybe poison just does damage every aught. I forget. But like, it's good to just poison them, because when they get to low hit points, it just does automatic damage, which is good. Alright, so this is at 0.7. Probably stop it at 0.6 or something. Ooh, a Quasit. Oh, it's a Druid. This is a new enemy. I don't think I've seen this. It looks like a Quasit. A conniving demon born from nightmares of sleeping mages that delights in coaxing the imagined fears of mortals into reality. You have a 46% chance to hit with a +1 flaming whip, but he resists fire. So if he resists fire, I should equip this axe. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go back to my axe. I was talking about... I don't know why I'm doing the mace thing. I should just be doing the axe thing because I'm showing you an axe run. Let's just go back to my axe. I kind of just wasted some XP there. Not a lot, though, so it doesn't that big a deal. And I got some fighting, which was good. Are you at 0.9 yet? Okay, it's at 0.9, which is good. So actually... Let's get you up to an even 11, because I like even numbers. So this guy seems kind of dangerous. He does 2 hits. He does basically 60 damage a turn, and he inflicts Doom. If I remember correctly, Doom is like the new mutation mechanic. As you gain Doom and it gets up to 100%, you have a chance to get a negative mutation or a Bane or something, basically. I could probably beat this guy. He's only got 21 hit points. So I'm gonna... Oh, I'm fighting a dog, too. The dog came up behind me. Well, I get to attack the dog for free, so... Okay, so... An even 11. Okay, not an integer. It's not a fraction. It's an even 11. You got me. You got me. Phantoms are annoying because when they hit you, they blink you, so that like can reposition you. I've got a great position here, right? I'm in a corridor. I'm fighting one enemy at a time. This guy can teleport me like right here, so now I'm fighting two enemies at a time. But I think he's faster than me, right? Or he's even speed, so I can't run away from him. Yeah, he's got even speed, so I just gotta fight him. All right, so I got my axes up to that point. So here's the granularity of the game. What's the next most efficient thing I can put XP into? I would say, because I have this ring of dex, if I press question mark on my dodging, I can get like 2 points of dodge for very little XP, and that gives me a full evasion. And as a Minotaur, evasion's pretty cool because you do retaliating attacks whenever you evade an enemy. So this dodging is something I'm going to train eventually no matter what. It's the cheapest thing I can train right now besides other weapons which aren't relevant. So I'm going to put 2 points into dodging. So we're going to press equal, I, 2. Get a couple of points in dodging. And I had some carryover XP from killing that phantom, so it's already at 1 point. It's already at 1.8. Look at that, right? Like, it's just so free. These guys are super annoying. They're called bombardier beetles. They can shoot this little pyre arrow at you, which like puts flame on you that you can't get rid of until you move a lot. I hope I can kill him before he sets me on fire. Okay, he set me on fire, so I need to move to break the fire. Now I gotta charge him so he doesn't shoot me from distance with his dumb fire. Okay, there we go. We got rid of it. So I've got my dodging up, those free 2 points. Now I've got that free AC out of it. That guy doomed me for 25%. What a jerk. I just now noticed that when I was looking at my stats. Like, there's the doom. I guess once that hits to 100, I kind of mutate or whatever. I get a negative effect put on me. Alright, so what's the next best thing I can put XP into? The dodging is basically the same as my other skills. My other skills are worth more. I'm going to get armor up to... Let me look at armor. So I get an armor. I get every 0.3, I get a full AC. So I bet you if I get armor up to 4, my AC will go to 9. Now, this isn't actually technically relevant. The game is granular. Like I said, my AC isn't actually 8. It's 8 point blah, 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 blah. It's 8.87654321 or something like that. But I bet you if I get my armor up to 4, it'll say 9. Or maybe 5. Hey, it's my first artifact weapon. It's a little dagger that sucks. I am going to keep this whip, though. This whip is interesting because... there's an enemy in the mid-game, or the early mid-game, called a Hydra, and if you attack it with a slashing weapon, you cut off its head, and it grows back 2 more. And as you can guess, axes are slash weapons, so a good method of playing the game is have a weapon that you can fight a Hydra with, and this Whip of Flaming is a decent substitute. So I can swap to my Flaming Whip to fight a Hydra. So I'm going to keep it on hand anyhow. It's another enemy who dooms me. Oh well. So this guy's a jerk. I don't want to get doomed, but I don't want to just run away from every enemy I see. So I'm just going to throw stuff at him. He's a demon, so he's resistant to poison. I'm going to try to get free damage on him. Hey, I hit him with a boomerang. I did free damage. Cool. He doomed me up to 45%. What a jerk. Okay, no, my armor did not go up 1. We're going to go up to 5 then. I'm trying to see like when I'm going to get 9 AC. Just because like it's nice for that number to go to to round up. If it's 0.3... every level, you would imagine I would get an AC every 1.1 levels. So I was at 3.6, so 3.3, I would need to get to 4.4. I'm at 4.2. Is this guy, when I kill this guy, am I going to get +1 AC? Nope. I'm at 4.4. I want that AC. I just like getting my numbers up. This isn't like that important. Increasing my defenses is generally a good idea, but I just like... You know, I'm trying to demonstrate, like, my AC going up. Some orcs showed up. I'm going to heal up. I'm going to press Control F, make sure I haven't missed any cool axes. Nope. Alright. Oh, hey, this guy's got the purple outline. So right-click him, he's got a Wand of Flame. Flames are cool. It's just a ranged attack. So I kill him so I can go... He's just going to shoot me that wand unless I charge him, so I got to charge him. Here's Vehement. This is a god of, like... destructive magic. If you look at my magic, like he really likes the elemental damage spells, some alchemy and necromancy spells. He likes killing things with magic, but that's the opposite of what I am. I've got some new scrolls. So I'm going to identify the more rare ones. Oh hey, an enchantment armor scroll. So here is a point of contention. Most good players will say use your enchant armor scrolls early on your auxiliary pieces of armor because you're less likely to change them out than your body armor. An auxiliary piece of armor, for instance, is this cloak. You get that AC early when it matters most. I am not a good player. I'm an intermediate okay player, and I am greedy. I expect later in the game I'm going to find lots of cool armor like golden dragon scales, and I like to save my enchant armor for when I get really cool badass heavy armor that I can equip and then enchant up. And also, like, there's a decent chance I'll find an artifact cloak later in the game and replace this, and it feels like I've wasted the enchant armor scroll. It's not smart, right? A smarter player says, just click this enchant armor on your cloak, get 1 AC while you're frail and weak in the early game. But I'm greedy. Don't, do as I say, not as I do. This is a howler monkey. It makes a lot of noise, and there's usually like 3 of them together. There's 1. There's 2. Nope. I want to train this up until I get that point of AC. So I'm going up to 6, just like my fighting. Training armor is also good because if I ever find heavier armor reduces my evasion, and when I train my armor skill, that reduces the income. So to explain the other stat on the armor besides its base AC, armor does what it says, right? Reduces damage you take based on its AC. Higher number is better. It also reduces your evasion based on your encumbrance rating. So when I train armor skill, I reduce the EV penalty. So as you can see, I'm losing 1.6 evasion because this has a 10 encumbrance rating, and it's based off my armor. The other reason to enchant armor early is individual points of AC matter a lot less than damage type resist when you're in the game. Yes, that is 100% correct. But, I'm greedy. I can kind of take that risk right now because Minotaurs are very, very strong in the early game, and they're just as strong. But by the time you get to the end game, the bonuses you get as a Minotaur don't matter as much. By the time you get to the end game, everyone's got max enough skill in their weapon to attack at minimum delay. Everyone's got heavy armor. Everyone's improved their throwing attacks. Right? You kind of the advantages that Minotaurs get from their aptitudes kind of don't matter as much anymore. You might get like a few more points in your defensive skills by then. But you know what does matter? Enchanted cool pieces of armor that you enchant. Alright, so here's another heuristic I like to do. I have not found my blink scroll yet. What I would like to do is find my blink scroll, because blink scrolls are the most important scrolls in the game. I have cleared this floor, it is safe. Let's assume I have not identified all these other scrolls. What I like to do before I go to the next floor while I have a clean and empty floor is I'm going to click a scroll that's in a multi-stack and try to figure out what it is. You might be saying, well, that seems like a waste. What if it's your blink scroll and you waste a blink scroll, this thing that you're saying is so valuable? My heuristic is knowing I have 2 blink scrolls is better than not knowing I have 3. If I don't know I have 3 and I'm blindly pressing this button in hopes it's a blink scroll, that's bad. So I'm going to click this button and see what it is. It's a scroll of brand weapon. Wow, that was incredibly lucky anyhow. This is another benefit of just randomly hitting scrolls, is you might find something that's good. So now I can brand my war axe. My war axe is now a draining war axe, making it significantly better than this dumb whip. Draining is an interesting brand. I'm gonna save these brand weapons for a better axe later. Draining's an interesting brand because it sometimes like drains living victims, so it deals an additional 1/4 of damage that pierces the defender's armor, as well as a flat 2.4% damage. But it doesn't work on like undead and demons and stuff. So it's the most resisted damage type, but it's a really good brand otherwise. So yeah, this is like another good reason to just kind of hit scrolls. You'll identify your scrolls that you have multiples of, so you'll know what options you have in a dangerous situation. And sometimes you just hit a brand weapon scroll and you get to brand your cool weapon. Draining is super good in the early game and it falls off later, but I'm happy to have it now. Hey look, it's a howler monkey. It makes a lot of noise, so like it's probably going to attract this iguana who just walked up to me. Draining basically only works on living enemies, doesn't work on constructs. Does ISP count as a living enemy? I think so. I one-shot it, so it didn't matter. Nope. Okay, I'm going to keep training this armor until I get that AC up to 9. Oh, hey, there it is. Haha, at 6.3. But I hate it being 6.3, so I'm still going to get it up to 7. There's no wasted XP here. Every point of XP into armor increases your AC by an amount. It's just not as obvious. James the Catboy, this is Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I've been doing a lot of explanation for it. If you're familiar with roguelikes, this is a true roguelike. If you've ever heard of things like NetHack or maybe Caves of Cud, it's similar to those kinds of games. It's a procedurally generated dungeon crawling game. Think of it like it's kind of in the same vein as D&D in a sort of aesthetic vibe. I'm a fighter who's got an axe and a shield and armor, and I'm fighting magical creatures like gnolls. So gnolls are super dangerous. Hey, this is the most dangerous enemy in the game, by the way. This motherfucker right here is the most dangerous guy in the game. You're saying, Two-Tone, you've been killing gnolls all day. Yes, I'm very strong right now, but this motherfucker can show up on dungeon level 1 with his 13 hit points and his 18 damage polearm that he can hit you from the distance and one-shot your dumb spellcaster who turned the corner into this idiot. The gnoll with the halberd is the most lethal thing in the game. and I hate him. I'm gonna kill him. He's dead. It's a frog! Frogs are fast, so... Yeah, if you want to, James, you can kind of go back in the VOD and kind of see what I've been explaining. Maybe play it on 2x speed. But like, if you want like the basics, this is a game where I'm telling everyone the basics of the game if they're not familiar with it. Because I love this game. It's a game I've played a whole lot over the years. I'm not an expert at it, but I think I'm good at it. I think I have good I have I have the fundamentals down, even if I'm not the best player. Let me put it that way. I don't know all the best strategies or anything, but I've done multiple 15 rune runs. Hey. This is probably my favorite god. This is my second favorite god. This is Hepliaklakana. The gods in this game have ridiculous names. I love this god because I think it's good for any character. Reminds me of a mobile game called Pixel Dungeon. I would bet you Pixel Dungeon is very similar to Rogue in sort of an aesthetic or grandiose sense because if it's a dungeon crawling game, it's called Dungeon. Those all kind of stem from Rogue. Rogue is the OG. You're a little dot on a screen exploring a dungeon that is procedurally generated, but despite being procedurally generated, there's going to be things that are guaranteed to show up within that procedural generation. A lot of things get called roguelikes or roguelites with a T because they are procedurally generated games. So like there's a randomness element to how the game to each time you play the game. But this is a true roguelike because it's actually a dungeon crawl. Anyhow, back to this god. This is my second favorite god. Like basically when you pick this god, as you get piety in it, it summons an ancestor, which is just a little ally who follows you around and fights enemies with you, and you get to choose what that ally becomes. He could be like a frontline fighter, a spellcaster, or like a debuffer. Basically, a tank, DPS, or a status effect condition guy. And functionally, every character you can imagine can make use of this god. I think this is maybe the most generically good god in the game besides Gozag. I can't imagine a build that doesn't benefit from Gozag. I can imagine some builds that would maybe stray away from Hepliaklakana because there's like a 10% hit point cost to his to its boons. But yeah, this isn't the god I'm choosing, even though I love it so much. If I was playing a regular game, I would definitely click Hep because I love Hep. But we're gonna avoid it. There's also some cool things you can do with it, but that's more system mastery stuff I'm not gonna get into. Alright, so I've trained up my skills enough such that my armor is good, my fighting's they're all at similar levels. I'm decently defensive, I got my axe down to a decent delay, but now that my defenses are solid, what I want to try is... interesting thing you can do is you can press shift and then the 2 button, shift at, basically the at key. And this will give you like a quick brief rundown of your character's stats. I do 19 damage at a 0.9 delay. Here's my stats. I have a +0 war axe of training. If you equip a heavy shield, it will also tell you if your shield is reducing your attack delay. I'm not going to increase my shield skill right now because all I have is this little measly buckler. Enjoy games like Dead Cells or the Binding of Isaac. Yeah, those are like those aren't turn-based strategy games. Those are I don't know how to explain them. They're kind of like Metroid in the sense that you have to like dodge things and have character movement. This game is purely turn-based and tactical. You have to make a decision every single turn, and that's what I like about it. Hep needs like very little invo. I think you can get away with like 8 invo or something like that with Hep just to get idealized online. The main thing that Hep does is give you a super powerful ally who like is very versatile. But I'm not doing it this time. There's one specific god I want to do. Like I don't. If you have you could have a -4 invocation skill, and I think Hep would still be good. That's how much I think Hep is good. Because like Idealize is so cheap to get online, and it's the only one that really matters. This is actually a dangerous situation because that guy could have put me to sleep, and that slime could have acidified me. Rego Intelligence. I'm never using that. Intelligence is my dump stat. Here we go. This is what we're looking for, baby. Ooh, a statue of an orb of fire. So we're fighting orbs of fire in this game. This is the ecumenical temple. This is where most of the god altars show up. You can see there's a bunch of gods. I am not going to sit here and tell you what every single god does. It would just take too much time. I'm here to tell you this is the generic melee god. His name is Okawaru. He gives you a bunch of things that are awesome. He gives you an ability to increase your skills. I've been talking so much about skills in this game. This is one of the best abilities in the game. Heroism, increasing all of your skills by a flat 5, is super powerful. He can give you speed up in combat. He gives an ability called Finesse, which lets you attack twice as fast. That is one of the most powerful abilities in the game. Attacking twice as fast is insane. It makes you twice as strong as a character functionally. It lets you go into single combat with a foe. This is the least useful of the abilities, the one you'll find yourself using the least, but it is nifty. It's useful to use against enemies who can banish you, because you can like take them to an arena. The ability basically teleports you and one enemy to a little arena where you two fight, and once you are done fighting, if you kill them, you teleport back out to where you were originally. This is good for taking out enemies in like backlines who are causing you trouble, like smiting foes. Like if I could like take a orc priest to an arena and fight him where you can't smite me from behind all his allies, that'd be super useful. But yeah, Okwaru is the standard fighter god. He gives you really cool, really powerful abilities that are really cheap to get online, and he also gives you gifts. He gives me throwing weapons as I gain piety. This is probably one of the most important things about this playthrough, and me explaining how a melee fighter works, is just getting lots of free throwing weapons. And once you max out your piety, he gives you he gives you a powerful weapon choice and a powerful armor choice. And when we get to that, I will explain it. But like basically, at the end of your piety tree, you get a really powerful pair of gifts. It doesn't always work out. Sometimes he gives you garbage, but you know, most of the time it's good. So I'm going to worship Okwaru. He is the beast mode god. He is the one-on-one combat god. There is a downside to Okwaru. Okwaru does not allow you to have allies. So there are some magic items in this game that will summon allies, like a scroll of summoning, or like there's some evocable items, like a box of beasts that'll summon a guy. Okwaru does not like that. That's very minor. I think the most important thing that you lose from Okwaru on a fighter like this is maybe the scroll of butterflies, but yeah. It's a white. Okay, so these guys are really interesting. These guys are like Gnolls 2.0. They're not nearly as deadly because by the time you find them, you're much stronger. But they frequently come with a highly enchanted weapon, so they're worth keeping an eye out. So if I was like a polearm character, the fact that this guy's carrying a +3 halberd, that's pretty nifty. So I'm going to pull him away because whites almost always come in packs, and I like to fight them one-on-one. They also can drain you. When they drain you, you lose maximum hit points. I'm a little hurt, so I'm going to walk away from this guy and go... Do I have some stairs nearby I can retreat to? There's no reason to fight this guy while I'm hurt. I'm going to heal up, go down the stairs, and fight him. There we go. You see, like, this guy's got a +3 dire flail. This guy dropped a +5 battle axe. That's actually really tempting. That's actually really tempting, but it's not. It doesn't have. My brand makes my weapon better, I think. That's a really good axe, though. It would probably be worth taking off my shield because it's a two-handed axe. On melee characters, I generally almost always prefer having a shield than not having a shield, so I typically always go with one-handed weapons. But there are some really good two-handed weapons that give you a humongous damage increase. It might be worth it. I tend to like two-handed weapons more when I'm like doing hybrid builds where you don't want the encumbrance, and I might like maybe do Manifold Assault or something, which is like an in-game spell. Hey, look, it's a new orc. This guy's much tougher than the old orcs. He's got double the hit points, he's got way higher AC, and he hits way harder for 24 damage. But I'm pretty strong, so I think I can take him. Yeah. It's Edmund. What a jerk. This guy's not that dangerous. He's just like, he's got hit points, he's got AC, he does damage. There's nothing special about him, really, so I just kind of fight him. He's like a slightly stronger orc. And hey, my first piece of heavy armor improvement. So, here's the thing you get when you're playing a fighter. You have to choose your armors. So if I equip this plate armor, my AC will go up by 5.2, and my EV will go down by 3. My heuristic is 1 point of AC is worth a little bit more than 1 point of evasion, but not by much. So I would say this is worth it, even though I will lose 3 evasion. Now, that might not be true for Minotaurs, because Minotaurs get a little bit of extra bonus from having evasion, thanks to that retaliation attack I talked about at the very beginning of the game. But I really highly value AC, especially in the early game, so we're going to swap to this higher AC armor. And drop this scale mail. I'll probably change this out for any kind of like decent armor that has a resistance on it, though. It's not that much better, right? I'm going to turn this corner instead of fighting these guys at the same time. Let this guy come to me. Oh, it's a jelly. So I didn't mention when I fought this guy before. These guys are like really dangerous. They can acidify you. AC rings are +4 and evasion rings are +5. That's not a bad way to think about it, probably. Yeah. So like 2 points of evasion is worth more than 1 AC for sure, right? But when it comes to armor, it's normally like a more obvious trade-off, right? It's an ogre. These guys hit really hard. So I'm gonna throw some poison darts at them. And I'm gonna throw some boomerangs at them. Let the squad come to me. Alright, I think I should run these guys down. Okay, I've taken a lot of time. It's taken me like God, it's been like an hour and 30 minutes. Man, I get lost in the sauce playing Raw. I'm going to start going a little faster. If something like really pertinent comes up, I will tell you about it. But I'm going to start all exploring and going much faster and playing like I normally do. Okay, well this is a very interesting. This is almost certainly an unseen horror. These guys are invisible and they're super fast and they're really annoying because you can't see them. So the way you handle these guys, you kind of like get into a corner where they can only come at you from a certain angle, and then try to hit them while they're invisible. So I'm like backing up to this corner and moving back into this space, trying to kill them. If it goes bad though, I'm gonna go up these stairs and heal. I hate those guys; they're so annoying. I would like to fight that in like a guy with in a one-on-one quarter like this, where you can't like dodge around as much. And I know where he's at. Oh, hey, Centaurs. Centaurs shoot at range, so they're kind of annoying. You gotta close the distance on them. This is a Cobalt Brigand. They tend to carry poison darts. They sometimes carry the super poison dart called a Curare dart. Let's back up and heal. Taking a little damage. I do know that guy's up. Oh, hey, it's a Moccasin. This is like a super adder. I mentioned the Scorpion's like an adder. This guy's like a even worse adder. Like to balance them if you can, yeah. But like the difference, the difference between my armor and my other armor was I was at 9 and 10. 14 and 7 is definitely better than 9 and 10, 100%. 30 AC and 30 AV more than 50 and 10. Depends. It depends on the character. Like if you have really good resistances, a lot of things you're evading, you're already resisting, and you really need the high AC to take on some of the more dangerous enemies. So this is the perfect place to fight an unseen horror. I wish I had a see invisible reading so I show you. They're just like an eyeball on legs, but like when they're in the corridor, they can only come from each one direction. You can kind of just charge down the corridor at them and eventually kill them. That's you see. Whenever you're fighting something invisible, it turns off your auto pickup, and when you kill them, it turns back on your auto pickup. They're really annoying. They're not that strong. They're just like they're hard to hit because they're invisible. Hey, look, an orc went invisible. What a jerk. Yeah. Other than that, there's a pain basically. Spellcasters tend to have an easier time with them. Oh, hey! I've gotten 1 point of piety from killing guys because Sokowaru, as a combat gad, likes when I kill guys. And now I have this ability called Heroism. Now I can show you something. Heroism is a 10% chance to work. So what I need as a character... Oh, I've been trading shields on accident. Whoops. Oh, well. I shouldn't have been doing that. We should start trading Invocation. I want to get this up to 1% so I never have a chance of failure. So I think that happens around 6 Invocation or Heroism. It's either 6 or 7. So we're going to equal let's go 6. It'll tell me when I get there. I've traded up my shield stupidly. Okay, bees are annoying. They always come in multiples and they poison you just like an adder. And because they come in multiples, what tends to happen is you kill one, but the next one comes at you and starts building up your poison damage on you. So you always want to fight them in quarters like this. I am in danger. I am in a lot of danger. I'm going to press the fear button. Oh, they changed fear scrolls. It's a targeted thing? Oh, wow. Oh, no, it just shows me who's affected. So you see I used that fear scroll, so I was in danger. I'm going to go up these stairs and heal. And fight these guys again when I'm not super poisoned and fight them one-on-one. That's a perfect situation to use a fear scroll. Got some wands. These are also... Oh, I've got these scrolls, so... I've got my scroll of revelation. At this point, I'm starting to get poisoned a lot more. I want to find my healing potions. There it is. Okay, I found my healing potion, so now I'm going to only use my my identify scrolls on my my other scrolls. Ziggy Red just did the thing I was talking about. Identify your stacks of 4 potions. I did, yeah. Like, there's ways to get around fighting poison enemies the way I did. You saw me like handle it. Like, I was fighting near some stairs. I made sure I wasn't in too much danger. I used an item to get it when it got hairy. That's the general rule. Like, so I personally like to use my identify scrolls on my scrolls because I really highly value having blinking scrolls identified. So I was only using my scrolls on my scrolls. These guys shoot steam at you, and if you don't have resist fire, it does like damage over time. So you kind of have to like maneuver yourself so you're not standing in steam while you're fighting them because you might die doing that. I probably have enough hit points I could face tank him, but I don't know. This guy's just like a sack of damage. He like hits hard, has decent hit points. So Wyvern. No, I hate the Null Buddhas can like weaken you, weakening gaze. I think this checks willpower though. My willpower is insane. So these guys, when they hit you, they spawn more of themselves, but you just gotta kill the original one. Like, so I'm trying to go this a little faster. Hey, my next piece of auxiliary gear. Bam, shoes. No, there's an enemy nearby. I'm gonna back up until I can equip my shoes so I have maximum AC before I go into my next fight. Shoes are just like my cloak, +1 AC. It's actually more than +1 AC because I've trained my armor skill. It's +1.4 AC, so that's pretty nifty. Any armor with a base AC rating is modified by your armor skill. Okay, this guy's covered in purple. I get you. He has a Curare Dart. Curare Darts are really awesome. Not when they're used against you, though. I'm probably fine, because this guy isn't that dangerous in a fight. Curare Darts are, like, poison, but, like, they do stronger poison, and they slow the enemy. So, like, this is really a great way to deal with really strong enemies who are susceptible to poison. Alright, 2 more Identify Scrolls. I'm going to use these on my stacks here. Okay, I found my heal potion. These are the two most important potions besides maybe a haste potion to identify. So now I'm going to save my Identify Scrolls for more scrolls. I can now heal. So it's a healing potion. So heal wounds heals you for a lot of hit points. Cure wounds heals you for less, but cures confusion and poison. So it's good to have these both online. And why am I still picking up Amnesia Scrolls? I'm going to turn off picking those up. I don't need any more dex rings either. Drop you. Just get you out of my inventory so you're not clogging up my screen. Another hat, man. A Helm of Ice. They transferred the ice attribute to helmets? Cool. This is something I did not know. But it doesn't give you resist cold, though? Oh, that sucks. They've changed a lot of stuff around, because, like, these are like magical affinities I would expect to find on rings. Or orbs. Alright, so clear. I'm just auto-exploring. I should clear around my stairs to be safe, but, like, you know. Let's play a little faster here. Let's get some more actual, like, game-changing stuff. It's a Null Sergeant. He's a slightly stronger Null. No important gear. I haven't found any cool axes, right? Nope. Alright. Let's make sure I haven't... let's check gear, because I've been talking a lot. I might have missed some stuff. No good shields. No good hats. No better boots than the ones I found. No better cloaks than the ones I found. No better rings. I would automatically pick up rings and amulets, so I'm good on there. And if I press brand, I can find like any branded item, which is probably the only thing I care about. And no relevant branded weapons I haven't already equipped. What's an Orb of Mesmerism? Huh. When you are struck in melee, it briefly dazes all nearby enemies, then must recharge. That's cool. So it's kind of like that one artifact cloak, the dazzling cloak or whatever. Neat. Hey, it's Maggie! Wait a second. Oh my fucking god, she's got Wormbane? Okay, we are training polearms, everybody. This is the... Okay, so... This was supposed to be an introductory run to a character, to a game that's like telling you the basics. I found the best weapon in the game, on top of the best amulet in the game. I need to kill her now. I'm going to buff myself up with heroism and might. I'm going to charge her and kill her. And this is the best weapon in the game. This is the best weapon in the game. It's a +9 lance. It's basically it's a slightly better spear. But as you kill dragons, it gets better enchantment bonuses, and it comes with resist poison, resist fire, resist cold, and +3 AC. Also, it kills dragons, which dragons aren't that common of an enemy, but the final vault of the game, the Realm of Zot, is filled with the draconians and dragons, making it one of the best late-game brands in the game for winning the game. It is the best weapon in the game, and I just happened to pick it up. So we are equipping you. We are pressing M. Actually, here's a cool trick. Right-click your weapon, and if you press the S button, it'll train you to minimum delay. We are getting minimum delay on polearms. There are tons of dragons in depths, but like, it's way more relevant in Zot, where like there's dragons everywhere and there's draconians, right? Oh yeah, so now if I look at my character, I now have resist cold, resist poison, resist fire, and I've already got 2 resist negative from my other gear, and I've got 3 resist wild. Like this is an insane character. It is legitimately insane that I've gotten. Uh, hold on. I forget how do you check the seed on a character? I forget. Usually you have to like I'd have to pull the morgue up, but I don't want to do that just now. There's dragons in swamp and stuff. Yeah, I think it applies to drakes too, but. Sorry, I'm typing something in Discord right now. So, this is kind of funny, but like, here's the thing about crawl: use every tool you have to your advantage. That's what I'm going to tell you. That's the lesson to be learned here. I am so lucky. I can't explain to you how lucky I am. Like I said, I think this is the best weapon in the game because it comes with a bunch of really useful resistances. It starts off as a +9, so it's incredibly accurate. It hits hard. It's doing 22 damage, which is it's a little bit more than my axe. Though with my axe's dreading band, this probably does actually do more damage. But it has a 0.5 delay. A 0.5 delay, so it's attacking super fast. It hits hard, it attacks fast, it gives you tons of resistances. It's just insane. It means I don't even have to equip like gold dragon armor in the late game. It's just a ridiculous item to find. Holy crap. Prince Ribbit. Alright, so I'm going to throw darts at you. And I guess I'm using a polearm. So I said at the beginning of the game, I prefer polearms because it gets you free attacks. And now I've got a bunch of free attacks. I can also go ahead and drop this. I can just drop everything. I don't need any of these. These weapons are not relevant anymore. Just going over stuff, making sure I'm good. Yep. Oh, Yeks. This might mean that the layer's nearby. Probably not on D8. Yeks are a very common enemy in layer. They always come in these huge packs, but like, I'm very strong right now. Wait, what are you? What the fuck? Rockfish? A strange stone-scaled fish that swims through solid rock with the same ease that most do through water. 18 hit points, 13 damage. So not that big of a threat to me at this point in the game. I'm guessing these come in... So these guys can fight through... That's... Seeing an enemy in a wall is so weird. Jeez. That's a new enemy. Can I post the seed in the comments? So, does anyone know like an easy way to find the seed? I can probably just control list of commands. Does anyone know the command for pulling up the seed in game? These are gameplay actions, non-gameplay. Show, edit macros, annotation, dump. Is this it? Dump? So press hashtag. Hey, now everyone knows my first name. People watching my stream already knew my name was David, so it's fine. You know my first name, everybody. So go to C user. I'm about to give people the seed because the seed is insane for a 34 seed. It's an up-to-date seed too. Users, David, app data. Where's it at? Where's app data at? Go press F1. What's a... Oh, this is just like... This just lets me dump it. Yeah, generate view character dump. Yeah, yeah. Two-tone dot text. It's not showing up where I think it would be showing up. We're at C users. Hold on, everybody. I'm getting there. Might as well give this to the people. Search David for two-tone dot text here. There we go. All right. I'll give this to the Discord here. When you get the time, can you post a seed in the comments? So I'm going to post this in the chat right now for anyone interested. Alright. It's kind of funny, the character file is still saying 0.33.1. Huh. Oh no, that's not right. That's my old that seed's my gargoyle seed from 3.11. Hold on. That seed is incorrect. I'm sorry. Hold on. I searched up an old character seed. Whoops. That's my dumb geomancer. Oh, it's because I still have 3.3. I still have 33 installed. Whoops. Well, that's really annoying. It's not showing up where I think it would. Is it showing up in my... Let me check my folder real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Let me go to my crawl, open, go to... I'm trying to find it real quick. So my problem is I still have 33 installed in my game, and it's the dump file that I searched up was my old dump file on a Gargoyle Earth Elemental I was playing before I swapped versions. And that's what it's bringing up now when I search it. I know my crawl file is in here, but it's not showing up in there. Normally this isn't this hard. So if I press this again, maybe if I go to just users, search for two-tone. Because obviously I named my other characters two-tone because that's just been my handle for so long. Come on! This is thrilling gameplay, I know. I'm just trying to find the seed so I can give it to people, because this is insane, the fact that I've already found Wormbane and the Amulet of Four Winds. Anyhow, while my computer is searching, I'll just continue playing. Whoop! Clear this floor. I'm so strong. Hey, pair of gloves. I haven't found gloves yet. That's plus 1.5-ish AC at this point. I can use the scroll on this scroll. Enchant weapon. Really irrelevant now. I probably am never going to use enchant weapon scrolls because I've got the best weapon in the game already. Ooh, this is actually a really dangerous enemy. So this guy can shoot corrosion at me. So I kind of want to get in melee with him. So he gets in melee with me. Despite the fact that I have a ranged weapon. Or a reach weapon. So yeah, this is a thing with Crawl. Do not be afraid to change weapons even though you've put XP into another weapon. Especially if you're already like cross-trained in it. This weapon is worth it. Okay, here we go, here we go. Today is the 7th, so it should be this one. Nope. This one? There he is! There he is! Okay, I found it. Okay. Here's the actual game seed, everybody. I finally found it. There's the real game seed. I also put it in Twitch chat for anyone who's interested. So if anyone's coming back to this to watch a dungeon crawl game and wants to do this seed, all right. So I posted the actual seed. There we go. And this is an insane run so far. It's Spross. Spross is pretty dangerous. He can like summon a guy and fight me. I'm just gonna go up. I'm gonna wait for a second. I can go up these stairs as soon as I get in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, that guy kind of he summons a bee, and that bee's a mechanical bee, and it gets next to you, and he can make the bee blow up and get stronger or whatever. I'm not dealing with that stuff. I'm just gonna go up the stairs and kill a couple guys. Go up the stairs. Stair dancing is important when things are dangerous. Spross is pretty dangerous even for me at this point in the game. Go back to the stairs. That priest has seen me. I can find all these guys pretty easily in this little two-on-one corridor here. Huh. Dagger speed. Speed's maybe the best brand in the game, but it doesn't usually come on the best kind of weapons. It usually comes with like small, fast weapons, short blades and such. Here's Spraz again. I'm going to kill this Orc Priest. I'll go up the stairs, get him close to me, and then fight him so he can't fight me with his bee. He's going to waste time trying to summon his bee and kill him. There we go. I'll check body armor, make sure I haven't missed anything. Cool. Oh, there's something I want to mention. So when I killed that Steam Dragon earlier, it dropped these scales. This is that if you're ever playing a spellcaster, I know I'm not doing the spellcaster run, but this is worth knowing. These are 5 AC scales with 0 encumbrance. This is a really good armor for a low-level caster. Hey, there's Orc Mines. Found that pretty early. There's a shop. All these guys are pretty straightforward, easy to kill. Oh, I never went back to my old shop. So there was a magic scroll shop. It had some important scrolls. I'm just going to save my money, right? Knowing Fog Scroll would be nifty, but I think I've got enough tools that I don't need the Fog Scroll. I'm just going to save my money for Orc, which I found, but I'm going to do Lair first. I tend to always say do Lair before Orc, because Orc has more pressing challenges. So I'm going to... There's a lot of enemies here. Do not want to die this run. Now that I'm in a corridor and I can fight the guys one-on-one, I'm going to press a healing potion. Alright, there's an invisible guy there. Okay, now... There is this Orc Priest who's being a problem. I want to kill the things... So with a reach weapon, I kind of reach past this yak. Oh, come on, let me kill that priest. There he goes. I'm killing guys behind the axe, trying to get the priest to come up to me and kill the priest, because the priest can kind of just sit back and smite me, which is annoying. I've got enough hit points that the smite isn't that dangerous anymore, but it's not nothing. Okay, hey! I mentioned this earlier when I fought the first ogre. This is a two-headed ogre. This guy hits hard, and he hits twice at a time. So this guy can, in one round, do 75 damage to me, which means over the course of 2 rounds of attacks, this guy can just kill me. So the best way to handle this guy is to poison him with this super poison, the Curare dart, which slows him. Now I can stack up a bunch of poison on him with my other darts, and then hit him from distance with my pole arm. And now while he's slow, I get multiple hits on him before he gets one hit. I don't think he ever got a chance to hit me. He might have gotten like one chance to hit me. I probably should have popped Heroism there too. That was dumb of me. So we're going to go fighting at this point. I just need more hit points. I'm so strong. I've got my polearms maxed. I just need more hit points. We're going to get fighting up to like 12. You can almost never go wrong with training fighting. It's just so good. It might be worth getting a little armor too. How much is my armor skill worth? That's worth 6 AC and 1 EV. So like 2 points would be 1 AC. And then at this point it would take 10 to get 1 EV, so trading armor up to 10 is probably worth it. Maybe later. Alright. Now I've cleared the floors. Anything I want to identify? Not really. I've got the most important ones identified. I'm still looking for Lair. I found Orc early. I haven't found Lair yet, right? Nope, no Lair. Okay. So we're currently in the dungeon, but there's more than just the dungeon in the dungeon. Hey, I found a ring of poison resistance. If I didn't have a poison resist lance, this would be a really useful find, but I am never taking this lance off as far as I can tell, so I do not need this anymore. Poison resistance is just really good. As you can see, I've been poisoned a lot in this game. It's the most common status effect you're going to come across. This guy corroded me. I'm going to go up these stairs, wait for this corrosion to drop, and then try to kill him. He's also a dragon, so like my brand actually does extra damage against him. I'm going to go up these stairs because there's a gargoyle down there. Kill him. Kill up. And there's two guys on either side of me down those stairs, so I'm going to go down a different set of stairs. Just, you know, a little bit of wisdom there. Don't fight a terrible fight. Hey, a new scroll. Boop. Scroll fog. Okay, I've already found it out. Okay, this is probably the lair. Once you see like plants and like natural animals and stuff, this is like a telltale sign that the lair's right there. Back up a little bit. Don't want to attract too many enemies. This guy can like doom me, but I have no doom built up, so just kill him real quick. Oh, hey, Okwaru got me up to 13. I've got all my abilities from Okwaru, so I really want to get Finesse online. I want Finesse to be more consistent, so we're going to train Evocation up to like 10. I think 10's when Finesse becomes pretty reliable, and I don't really care. So I think a better player than me would say only train one skill at a time because you get the most out of it. But like these are kind of leveling up at very similar rates, so I'm just going to keep them both online because I want both those to get to those points at some point soon. So I might as well train them both, right? Like getting Finesse online faster is about as good as getting Fighting up at the same time. So training multiple skills isn't that big a deal. I remember playing in versions where you couldn't even pick your skill progression. So, you know, I'm not that much of a stickler about only training one skill at a time, even though it is a pretty good wisdom to only train one skill at a time. Another one of those do what I say, not what I do things, but, you know, it just gives me less to worry about. I can, like, not worry about my skills for longer by training both at the same time. And I'm so strong, it's not, like, I'm not trying to pinch pennies on my strength right now. I'm so strong. This guy would be way more dangerous, but I have just poison. Identify my scroll of noise. There are technically uses for scrolls of noise, but I just don't bother. I never remember them. Another shop. That is really, really tempting. A wand of light is really tempting. If I had found... So, an interesting thing that I haven't done yet, if I had found like a decent wand that checks an enemy's willpower, I would probably have trained a little bit of evocations by now, maybe 3 or 4 points of it, but I haven't. Wand of Light also isn't that either, but it's really tempting to buy. You know, I am going to buy this Scroll of Immolation, though. That is a very powerful scroll, and I don't need to save my money for that. Like, that's the kind of thing I would like to spend my money on, is have this online. This can clear out a whole horde of enemies on its own. I haven't missed any throwing weapons, right? Nope. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's clear this floor. I got Resist Fire, so I don't care about this guy anymore. Alright. So when you have Resist Fire, the Steam Clouds don't do much damage. Herald's interesting. So Herald is a guy who can, like, mark you. Has an ability called Sentinel's Mark, which, there's a thing called Malevolence in the game that happened to me earlier. The one that happened to me was I got shafted, but there's also one that can, like, mark you and, like, make enemies home in on your location, and it wakes a bunch of them up and all that jazz. This guy can just kind of do that as a natural ability, but it checks my willpower, and my willpower is very high right now. He also can harpoon me, which brings me closer to him, and he can throw nets. So I gotta break out of this net, and now I'm just gonna kill him. He's kind of a dangerous enemy if you find him early in the floor, but he's not that dangerous for me right now. That wasn't actually that... I mean, that fight wasn't that easy. I probably could have popped Heroism, but... Alright, so gargoyles, they aren't that... They do a lot of damage with their stone arrow, but not that much. Yeah. It's kind of weird, because, like, these are fights that if I was using a regular weapon, I would probably start using Heroism and Finesse on them, just to, like, make sure I beat them, but I'm very strong, so I don't need to. That's kind of the things, like, you need to assess your strength in this game. My strength is very high right now. Alright, so I've cleared out this floor. I don't really want to go down another floor. The reason for that is, Malevolence can drop you, I believe, up to 4 floors, and if I go down to floor 11... I could drop all the way down to floor 15, and there's some really nasty stuff on floor 15. That's the last regular dungeon level, and there's some really potentially nasty enemies in there. So I'm going to go straight into lair, so if I get a Malevolence, I don't have to worry about it as much. Because I can pretty much handle every level of lair right now. So lair is a very interesting, like, lair kind of tells you, you have begun, this is the beginning of the mid-game. It's not the real mid-game, because it's kind of still early in the run, but, like, the things that happen in the mid-game happen in lair. So lair has 3 things in it. It has 2 S branches and the slime branch. So S branches are shoals, swamp, spider, and snake. Those are the names of the places you go to: snake pit, shoals, spider nest, and the swamp. And they are alternate. They're like these little side branches that contain these things called runes. You need to get 3 runes to open the realm of Zot, to go get the orb of Zot that we're trying to get to win the game. So you must go down some number of these side branches. Technically, you do not have to go down the ones in Lair. You could technically get your first rune in the Abyss or in Vault or something, but it's generally advised that your first runes are your first 2 edge branches. You can only ever get 2, and then you always get slime, and slime is way harder than the other 2. So that's like the basic description of it. And then there's a lot of new tiles on there. It's like a lot prettier now, huh? Cool. Commander dragons are like one of the first kind of tough enemies you'll see in Lair. Like there's a big jump in like just base raw stats in Lair. This guy's got 44 hit points and 34 damage. That's like tougher than Herald, that guy I just fought, or like in the same ballpark. And look, my immolation scroll. Okay, I've done 2 for my second rune. Doing 2 first is an eventual goal of mine. Yeah, I mean, you technically can just avoid those places and like kind of go the game through the non-rune. I mean, you can kind of clear the S branches without even picking up the rune if you want to like be cheesy about it. Some characters do layer better than others, though. Like if you're a mummy or something, right? You're not getting tormented, so that's like the biggest threat of Tomb. Though there are guys who dispel undead you. That's usually in close range. I don't really tend to do those like challenge runs because like I think the game's already hard enough as it is. Tomb is arguably the hardest branch in the game. That's what DE Climax is talking about for anyone watching the VOD or unfamiliar with the game. All right, so there was something that popped up at the beginning of this level. So when you might have noticed at the beginning of this level, there was like a little delay between me going down the stairs, and it said like there was a thing called there's a time-sensitive side branch that can happen on any floor. These things can happen on any floors. It's kind of sad that I didn't find one early in the dungeon, but here is an ice cave. It's called a frozen archway that leads into an ice cave. So if I didn't get here fast enough, this could collapse, and I would never be able to access the wonders inside. But I found it quickly, and we're going to go inside. So an ice cave is kind of a dangerous place because there's a lot of high damage enemies that all do ice damage. Okay, so this is actually a dangerous situation. So I luckily do have resist cold, thanks to my Wormbane here. But this is 4 enemies who have like decent HP, decent damage. You know, this guy can do up to 24 damage plus 42 damage max. So he has 24 gore damage with cold. Ugh. This guy can do 21 cold damage. This guy can do 42 cold damage. Like there's a lot of dangerous enemies here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Wand of Digging. So I found this item. This is a great use of the Wand of Digging. I'm going to make a little corridor. So you can dig rock walls, you cannot dig stone walls. I'm going to make this a one-on-one fight, and I'm also going to pop Heroism. What does Heroism do? This is my first time showing it off. So I clicked Heroism. It says I'm a hero. You gain combat prowess. So if I press the M button, you'll notice that all of my skills have gained a +5 on the left-hand side of the screen here. All of your physical combat skills, including stealth even, get a +5. So that means my AC has gone up, my dodging has gone up, my shield has gone up, my damage has gone up because I've improved my fighting and my weapon skill, all that jazz. My throwing has even gone up. So I think of all of your skills that get a bonus, your throwing becomes way better because it's 5 base damage, right? And throwing also gets increases from fighting. The only thing that doesn't get affected here is it increases your fighting, which does increase your accuracy and damage, but it doesn't give you a hit point boost that actually training fighting gives you. So that's kind of one of the reasons it's good to train fighting on Okawaru, because you can kind of emulate being a higher level than you are with Okawaru by using Heroism, but you can't emulate having more hit points. So train fighting while playing Okawaru. Also, like, technically, Okawaru can, like, fudge your ability to use a weapon. For instance, you know how I got my axe down to 0.9 attack delay, but with that +5 to skill temporarily with Heroism, it would go up to minimum delay, 0.7, for that particular axe. That would be really useful, right? It's a good way to, like, not have to train up a skill that's already taking a lot of XP to train, to get it to its optimum level earlier. It's one of the main reasons Okawaru is good. Like, Heroism is one of the best god abilities in the game for that specific reason. Alright, so this... There's a couple of rings in here, including an artifact ring and some enchanted boots. So, this is an interesting vault situation. I could, if I want to, just run out the door and leave. This little teleporter is going to teleport me to the other side of this vault. Wait, is it? Yeah, it's going to teleport me to here. And there's 3 kind of dangerous enemies in here. This guy's got cold damage. He can do a max of 36 if he like stacks it up. These guys summon a bunch of ice guys and shoot gold blasts at you. I think I can win this fight if I buff myself up. And I want that gear. And this is, I mean, it's a good time to use my abilities, right? So I'm going to press a Might Potion, press Heroism, press Finesse. I'm going to go into the other side here. I'm going to kill this guy quickly while I'm fast and strong. I'm going to move 2 spaces, attack this guy at a range, killing his summon because he summoned first. Move here. I'm now in range of hit him with my polearm. And kill him quickly and get out of this freezing cloud. Bam! That is a perfectly executed way of attacking above my weight class. If I went in there just raw dogging it without any buffs, there's a very good chance I could have died there and not gotten all this cool loot. I assessed the situation as dangerous, I buffed myself up, and I got my cool loot. And so let's heal up. And hey, Boots of Flying! That's a direct upgrade on what I've got. Oop, didn't mean to unequip that. And flying is pretty nifty. It lets you like go over water and lava without having to worry about the downsides of that. Jade Ring is a ring of strength. That's better than my ring of dexterity. I've already got resist negative, so I'd rather have the see invisibly online. And there's a, wow, a resist electricity, resist cold ring. I'm going to equip that over my ring of see invisibility. So now I've got every major resistance besides resist corrosion. I have see invisibility on hotkey. I can just swap to it whenever I want. Excuse me, little hiccup. And now I can go ahead and leave. I've gotten the loot in this place. I guess I could pick this up in case like a vault wants a high longbow. Oop, didn't mean to drop that. So let's go ahead and drop this because I'm not going to use it. And go ahead and drop this dex ring. I'm never going to use that. I'm probably never going to use this ring of positive energy, but it might come up. Like if I'm running a Josephina, it might be worth equipping. But yeah, that was a pretty good... Ice caves tend to have ice-themed loot. But this one only had like a ring of resist cold, which I guess is technically ice-themed. And a longbow of freezing, which was actually ice-themed. I was hoping to find like a shield of resist ice or something. A shield of resist cold. That's a pretty common piece of loot in ice caves, but, you know, otherwise. Boots of rampaging. Ooh. Ooh, I actually like that more than my boots of flying I just got. Cause you to take an extra step when moving towards enemies, briefly stunning them if the result is an attack. Yes! Give me boots of rampaging on my melee character. Heck yeah. Get out of here, boots of flying. I just found you, but I found your replacement. So, rampaging is really cool. You see this little icon. Whenever I move directly towards an enemy, I get to move an extra space and get a free attack if I actually get within attack range. I think it's a little awkward with polearms because it doesn't take into account that you have a polearm, but it's a free attack and it lets you close distance on dangerous enemies very quickly. Very useful. It can get you in trouble. You need to make sure you have it. Because like you might charge yourself into a dangerous situation when you're only trying to move one space. So keep that in mind. Oh no, it let me stay at polearm range. Cool. So I back up. Okay. So now I'm in dashing range of him, and bam, bam. See, I'm just zooming around the place attacking these guys. It's a good way to gain extra turns in the game where extra turns are super valuable. Kind of like how I was mentioning with the attack delay on weapons. This gives you functionally like double speed in movement situations. And see, I rampage towards that guy. I'm in closer range and I kill him. It's much more relevant against ranged enemies, which these guys aren't. These guys are all melee, so like it's not super useful there. But the mini stun's cool. It kind of stuns them for our turns, gives you more extra turns. Okay, so this is a dangerous situation. This is a torpor snail. It just kind of like puts an aura around things in the area that makes you slower. Connected with Chibriatos. The Chibriatos is actually my favorite god because it's a little challenging, but it's challenging in a fun way. See, it's applied a slow effect to me, and I can't really like just being near it. It's not something you can resist, right? So I'm gonna fight some guys, but I'm gonna go upstairs before I get surrounded. I'm gonna go down a different set of stairs. See, here's a bunch of guys I can fight much more easily. Hey, I found a kite shield. That's an immediate upgrade, so I'm gonna pick this up. Hey, it's a slow snail again, so I'm gonna kill these guys, go upstairs, so I'm not slow anymore. So a kite shield is pretty cool. It's gonna lower my evasion just a tiny bit, but I've trained up my shield skill a lot, so it's actually gonna be plus 4.6 shield. I do not know, just like with evasion, I do not know the shield math, but I know that 4.6 shield is worth 0.5 evasion, and the more important thing is it increases my total potential max blocks per turn, which means against faster attacking enemies, or when I'm surrounded by multiple enemies, I can block more than one attack, right? Or more than two that my little crappy buckler was giving. So this is a direct upgrade. And I wonder if I press Shift A, also, and it is slowed by your shield. So the kite shield does have one other drawback with its encumbrance rating, is it does decrease my attack speed until I get more skill in it. So what I'm going to do is, my finesse is at 2%, so I'm going to go ahead and start training my shields up a little bit more. I think roughly around like 13, oops, equal J, 13.0. I think roughly around 13 to 15, I forget where, is when the kite shield drawback is super negligible. As you can see, it's already negligible. The game is still telling me I'm at my minimum delay. It's just like, it's adding a little bit onto that 0.5 right now. So I'd like to get my shield skill up just a little bit so I don't have to worry about that. I also didn't mention the coolest thing about the Wormbane is that the slay, the plus 9 is not where it tops out. Once you start killing dragons, the stronger the dragon you kill, the more this plus 9 can go up. It can eventually get to a plus 18 if I'm not mistaken. And that means plus 18 to accuracy and plus just a flat plus 18 damage on top of your regular damage. It's not true base damage. If it was plus 18 base damage, that would be broken. But plus 19, plus 18 damage is plus 18 damage, right? Like, that's almost as much as my full total damage, right? It's insane. But that's for later. So we can fight the snail. Fighting the snail, the one-on-one, the snail is already slow, so it's not that big a deal. But the snail is much more dangerous when you're fighting it around other enemies, while you're slow and they're not. Here's a bunch of poison guys. So an interesting thing about Lair is there's a bunch of guys who poison you. If cane toads poison you, those are like water moccasins. One of the most important things you need before going, when you go to Lair, if you can get it, is resist poison. And you would like to have a little resist cold and a little resist fire, because you tend to run into like enemies that do cold and fire damage for the first time more consistently. I guess you were kind of already dealing with that, like orc wizards shoot fire and ice at you and stuff like. But generally speaking, you find more dangerous enemies that are doing elemental damage and poison damage. Anywho, it's the Shoals. So Shoals is a one of the S branches I was talking about earlier. I would say Shoals is the second most dangerous branch. The way I would rank it is, I think Spider is generally the most challenging, Shoals is the second, and then Swamp and Snake are kind of interchangeable, but I'd probably put Swamp over Snake just because you can kind of cheese Snake in ways you can't cheese Swamp. We'll get to these when we get to these, but Shoals is like a giant area. Oh, I might actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go pick up my Boots of Flying. I probably should have not thrown them away in the first place, but flying is very useful in Swamp or Shoals because there's a lot of water on the ground, and you might get stuck fighting in water, and flying means you're not stuck fighting in water. What's probably going to happen is I'm going to equip these flying boots just for Shoals, and then I'm going to take them off once I leave Shoals. Anyway, I'm pretty strong, so I can just kind of clear this area. Fight in corridors, as per usual. Ooh, this guy's super dangerous. Alright, so this guy is a named cold-based enemy, Thanar the Cold-Hearted. He can shoot a bolt of cold at me that is 3d18, or Ozukobu's Refrigeration. This is a very dangerous attack. 40-13 is a lot of damage. Like, you can imagine, like, the average D13 is what? 7 damage? It's not 7.5, because that would be, like, a D14. So I think it's just 7 damage average. So you can imagine 4 times 7 is 28. So this just averages 28 damage, and he can. And the way Ozukobu's Refrigeration works is he doesn't have to target me. He doesn't have to. All he has to do is see me, and it does that damage to me. It does do less damage if I'm next to an enemy or next to other warm bodies. But like this guy just can. It's kind of like a better smite. You see how much I've been worrying about getting smited in the early game. This is like a stronger smite. That said, I do have a point of cold. I do have 2 points of cold resistance. So I have a 66% resistance to cold damage. So if you take that 28 average damage, I'm taking roughly like 12 of it instead. So I can probably take this guy, but I'm going to pull around the corner so he can't see me immediately, and I'm going to buff up with haste and finesse just because, like, he's still got 80 hit points. He still hits pretty hard. He still, like, has, like, I still have a decent chance to miss him. He's got good evasion, right? Like, this guy's pretty dangerous. Oh, that's actually pretty useful. So the steam dragon blasted me with steam, which means he can't see me anymore. That's very funny. I'm just gonna fight this guy. I'm pretty strong. I can handle him typically, but you know, be careful. When you see a guy in a red outline, take it seriously. Honestly, you should take every enemy seriously until you know the game better, but especially the ones outlined in red. I could probably win this fight, but let's stare dance anyhow. Yeah. Alright, so let's clear a lair. Let's go into this little corridor so I can fight these guys all one at a time. So I got my shield skill to 13. Let's go back to fighting for a little bit. I'll press Shift A. I'm still being slowed by my shield skill, so I'm still going to increase shield a little bit. I should probably start increasing armor and dodge at this point, but I really want to make sure my damage is maximized right now. So I'm going to get shield up to maybe 15, and fighting up to 15. You can never go wrong with increasing your fighting shield and armor on a melee character. Oh, you know what? I'm being stupid. The next most important thing for me to train is throwing. So the one thing I lack currently as a character is ranged options. And this is the entire reason I went Okawaru, is Okawaru, over time, will gift you a bunch of ranged weapons. Like, he's already given me these javelins, and I've already found some boomerangs. Ranged weapons are typically in the realm of dex characters or spellcasters. The only thing a strength-based character has is either evocations or throwing. And I prefer throwing because with Okawaru you can make it very consistent, and because of two things. Boomerangs, which don't, like, they kind of don't run out of ammo because they always return to you. You only run out of boomerangs when you break all of them. And it's like, I have functionally 100 attacks here with 5 boomerangs, so 1 in 20 chance to be destroyed. But the more important thing about throwing is javelins. I'm a huge proponent of javelins. I think javelins are some of the most overpowered things in the game because they let melee fighters completely bypass their big weakness of not being able to deal with either groups or things at a distance, or guys who are like... A big problem with melee fighters is oftentimes you get in situations where there's a super dangerous enemy with a powerful ranged ability behind a bunch of other enemies, and you can't get to them in melee. So you need options to deal with them. What does a melee fighter do? They just throw javelins at them because javelins can pierce an infinite number of enemies that you can see and damage all of them on the way. They also have really good base damage, 10 base damage, and because it's a throwing weapon, it gets huge bonuses by getting skills in it. You can already see it's doing 18 damage with no throwing skill, and as I increase this, it's going to go up way faster. By the time I'm going to set my throwing to get to like level 12, equal throwing, oops, sorry, press the wrong button, equal G12. And we're going to see, like, currently my throwing skill is 0 and it's 18. Let's try to remember that, 0 and 18. In a few levels, I'm going to check where it's at now after just a few levels. I'm going to train it for the rest of layer. I'm going to check it at the end of layer and see where it's at and see how much damage I gain. So, okay, so Death Yaks, as you can see, these guys are red. They're just kind of hit point sacks that hit hard. Thankfully, I can buff myself up. And I believe I can win this fight despite taking a lot of damage here, because I'm just really strong. I have Hero and Finesse up. I hit fast, I hit hard. With Finesse, I'm actually like attacking every 0.2 seconds, 0.2 turns. So I'm attacking 5 times a turn right now with this weapon. Wormbane is really, like, weapons that already have low minimum delay get even better with Finesse, because like I said, I'm attacking 5 times a turn. That's insane. Like, these guys are oftentimes not even getting a turn to attack me before I kill them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He gets an attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, dead. Right? How insane is that? And I've leveled up, so now these guys are no longer red base. Their threat level is judged against your character's level. So, like, these guys went from super threat to regular threat. If you right-click them, it'll say, like, high threat instead of lethal. And yeah, despite the fact that I was kind of low hit points when that fight kind of got going, I just barreled through it because Finesse is that powerful. That's what I meant earlier. Like, doubling your attack speed is better than doubling your damage. Because not only do you do double damage over the course of so many turns, you apply that damage in discrete intervals, right? You don't overkill anything. You attack that guy 3 times, he dies, and you can attack another guy 2 more times, right? It's just, it's better than double damage. That's why attack speed is better than base damage. In the abstract, as you get later in the game and enemies get higher AC, your base damage becomes more important. So it is still important to get high damage weapons, but in the abstract, attacking super duper fast is that much better. It's the reason why quick blades are so good. Quick blades are the fastest weapon in the game. If you get a quick blade of speed, boy howdy. Anyway, let's clear up layer. Oh, it's Snake Pit. Okay, so I think I got the easiest roll here. I got Snake Pit instead of Spider, and I got... Well, I think Swamp is easier than Shoal, so I got a medium roll, but... I like Shoals. It's my favorite on a fighter, because there's a lot of javelins hanging around. Hey, Okoro gave me a silver javelin. So this is the other kind of... so there's 3 major physical damage throwing weapons that you're going to see in most runs. There's actually technically 5, but these are the 3 that matter for a Minotaur. There's javelins, boomerangs, and silver javelins. Silver javelins are just the same as javelins, but they do extra damage against things. Like they have this increased damage compared to normal missiles and substantially increased damage to chaotic and magic transformed beings. So I think the silver bonus is a flat 25% damage bonus that is not displayed in the damage rating, right? It still says 27. This says 27, yeah. So it's not displayed in the damage rating, but it's like, so it's like, you can imagine this is 27 plus 25%, and I think it does 50% damage against chaotic and against demons and undead, basically. And shapeshifters, and it says chaotic and magically transformed beings, which is like undead, shapeshifters, demons, all that jazz. Things you would expect silver, and it's basically a holy weapon. Things you would expect a holy weapon in like a game like D&D to be good against, it's good against. I don't know if those damage numbers are precise. I could actually look it up right now. I can literally just go check it. Why am I spreading misinformation? I could just go look up Silver Javelin on the Dungeon Crawl wiki and look up the Silver brand. There's not a specific page for Silver Javelin, huh? If I click on Javelin, Silver. Is there any info on Silver here? Silver Javelins are especially effective against chaotic enemies, blah, blah, blah. Does it tell me? Also come the Silver brand. Does it tell me how much damage the Silver brand gives? Is there... Okay, can I just look up Silver? I thought it was going to be super easy. I thought there would just be a page on Silver telling you what it does, but if I just... Maybe I'll just look up Silver. Silver is a brand which does the following. Okay, it does an average of plus 16.6% untyped damage, and deals up to 75% damage against shape-shifting, mutated, or chaotic creatures, including players. Okay, so up to 75% chance usually means like half of that on average. Against chaotic monsters. Oh no, it's just actually roughly 175% damage. Unlike most other brands, there's no random component. Okay, so it is just plus 75% damage. Okay, cool. That's good to know. I'm sure someone's correcting me in chat. No corrections yet. Alrighty. Alright, let's clear layer. If Silver Javelins are your ultimate... Okay, so this is dangerous. I am currently slowed against a lot of enemies. What I need to do is go up some stairs. I'm going to take some hits, escaping the torpor snail, because I'm slow, but just run away. I'm pretty tough, so I can take some hits while running away. Run away, get to safety. I think I rampaged myself to a little bit of danger there. And that's the thing about Rampage. It's fun, but it's dangerous. See, like, I did a little bit there. I rampaged into danger. I can still back up, because I'm not that... I don't think these guys are faster than me. Yeah, these guys are all the same speed as me. Although the frogs are faster, but... So I go up these stairs, fight 2 at a time here. Heal up. Go downstairs, go up the stairs. So these frogs are going to, like, teleport away. I'm going to buff up here. Yeah. There's a good chance to buff up. Sometimes you get yourself in a dangerous situation, buff up. Buff up and kill them. A raven, huh? That's new. A jet-black corvid with nasty beak and reputation, blah, blah, blah. It does 19 peck damage and an ill omen. What does that mean? It bends the Weave of Faith against Dark, inflicting a significant doom. They just, like, put a guy who can randomly mutate you in this zone? What the fuck? What the hell, Crawl? I guess doom is, like, not as bad as mutation, so, like, they wanted to introduce the mechanic more often. But, man, that sucks. I mean, they're not that dangerous, but, like, you can imagine, like, if you run with, like, a handful of ravens in a row, you might just randomly get a super bad bane or something. It's kind of like the downsides of malmutation without the of Hydra. Okay, so Hydras are the enemies I was talking about when I was talking earlier about needing a weapon to fight them that isn't piercing or that isn't slashing. This is a 6-headed Hydra. This guy can do 18 damage times 6 per round. So 6 times or 60 plus what's plus 48, right? It's 60. Yeah, this guy just do a ton of damage. So I'm going to buff up again. Don't be stingy with your piety. I've got so much piety. I'm fighting guys constantly. Just buff up if a guy looks dangerous. You're gonna get to max piety eventually. It's just not worth it to not do it when you're in a dangerous situation. That's my rule on Okuaru. Feel free to use the buffs. So in a one-on-one, I'm not nearly as scared of those guys. But when there's like 3 blink frogs around me attacking me, that becomes dangerous. And Hydras are especially dangerous for fighters because like when you're in one-on-one fights, you kind of get a feel for your damage and your toughness, and you kind of play the game in such a way that you are taking on a lot of one-on-one fights. And when you're a melee fighter, you tend to have a shield, so you're kind of like understanding your defensive aptitude based on the fact that you're frequently blocking most of the attacks coming at you or a lot of the attacks coming at you with your shield. Hydras attack 6 times a turn. You cannot block all of their attacks. They are going to get some through. So like even though their total damage and hit points isn't the end all be all, they can't overwhelm one of your best defenses. Here's an interesting enemy. So this is a Catoblepus. You tend to almost always find some of these guys in lair. These guys shoot a thing called Petrifying Cloud, which is a little bit of damage on hit. And if you stay in the cloud, you have to constantly make like saving throws against being turned to stone. What I found the best way to fight these guys is to just always walk outside of the cloud. Attack, 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 attack. When he hits you with the cloud, walk out of it. It doesn't matter if you're taking an attack of opportunity. Turning to stone is worse than taking an attack of opportunity. Attack, attack, move out. And you always want to have a place to move if he shoots the thing at you. So the calcifying cloud always comes in a direct line from its tile. So you can see it would go here, 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 and here. So if he blasted me with the cloud, I could move 1 to the left and I would be safe no matter what. So I move 1 to the left. If he blasts me here, I can move down no matter what. So I attack, I attack, I attack. He clouds me, I move down here. He clouds me again, I move here. So now if he clouds me again, I don't have anywhere to move, right? He immediately threw a cloud here. Well, no, I can move here. So because of my polearm, I can attack him. You always want to have an escape route on these calcifying clouds. So this is actually a pretty useful piece of advice. Like, do not stand in these clouds. Move. Just move. And if you're fighting this guy along with a bunch of other enemies, the clouds do turn enemies to stone too. So you can pull enemies into stone and kind of block that guy sometimes. And so like sometimes fighting a Catoblepus when he's surrounded by other enemies, you can use him to kill the other enemies or disable them and then kill them. It's pretty funny. I don't know if that's how you pronounce their name, Catoblepus, Catoblepas. It's like an ancient Greek monster, but I don't know the pronunciation. Alright, so here's the final level of lair. There's always like a little thing called a vault, or like a end room in the dungeon of lair. In lair 5, there's like a special extra hard area filled with a particular type of enemy. So lair 5 is typically a lot harder than the previous layers. There tends to be more enemies, tougher enemies, and that vault I talked about. Here's one of the tougher enemies you'll find in layers, Sky Sharks. So these guys do like 40 damage a turn, which seems like, okay, 75, 40 damage. That's like kind of like a Komodo dragon. But they have a special ability that when they actually hit you with their bite and it draws blood, if you are a character who bleeds, I'm a Minotaur, so I bleed, they get a buff, and they get might. And if they bite you again, they can enrage themselves. So they're not only attacking harder, they're attacking faster, and they're tougher. So these guys are a bit of a pain, and you should take them seriously. I think I'm tough enough to kill this guy, yeah. So I'm really, really strong, so I kind of ignored it. But like, maybe on your average Minotaur who's coming into this fight, it's probably worth using a finesse or a heroism there to fight that guy. There's a plant in between me and these animals, so I gotta break the plant and I can fight them. And hey, this looks like one of the end dungeons. Sometimes there's more than one. This is like a dog end branch. There's like a lot of dog themed enemies. You saw the warg there, a wolf, a hellhound. I've got resist fire, so I'm not that worried about the hellhound. Bears, yeah. So like this is pretty common. This is like a pretty common thing to see in layers. Like in a layer 5, it's like a little cove with a bunch of like bears and dogs in it. Let's go. So I'm only fighting 2 at a time. Ooh, so this is interesting. This is very interesting. So I just stumbled into a bunch of dangerous enemies. This is a dream sheep. Dream Sheet have a willpower bypassing ability called overwhelms the target with soporific dream dust, putting them to sleep with an enchanting visual display. Additional Dream Sheep will increase the strength of the duration of this effect. So, counting sheep makes you fall asleep faster. Haha, isn't that funny? What this means is you do not want to be within 7 tiles of a sheep while you're surrounded by enemies. So it would not be the end of the world if I fall asleep while fighting one enemy at a time, because I'll probably wake up before that enemy can kill me. That said, you want to kill these guys pretty fast. So I'm going to buff up because there's a lot of dangerous enemies here. There's also this guy, a Raiju. It's a lightning dog. This guy is super dangerous if you don't have lightning resist, because he has this blink bolt ability and his attack does electric damage, which tends to bypass your AC. So like you're kind of used to blocking a lot of damage you take from regular enemies because of your armor class being so high. In most builds, you kind of want to get some AC at some point. This is like, if you don't have resist electricity, this guy does a lot of damage. And the interesting thing about resist electricity is you see it only has 1 pip. If I'm not mistaken, the difference between resist electricity and resist cold and fire is 1 point of cold and fire is worth 50% resist, but 1 point of electricity is worth 66% resist. So functionally, a resist electricity pip is worth 2 pips of fire or cold. But you can only ever get 1 pip of electricity, so I can technically get my fire and cold resist to all the way up to 80%, but my electricity resist can only ever go up to 66%. So like the first pip of resist electricity is better, but as the game goes on and I get stronger enemies who do electric damage, it's kind of like a more dangerous thing to fight because you can't stack resistance against it. Anyhow, just a little bit of information there. So, I have a polearm. The cool thing about polearms is I can target this Dream Sheep directly. I'm still attacking the guy in between. I'm kind of like attacking through it, but you can see I'm still attacking the Dream Sheep. And I can also attack this Raiju, who's the more dangerous enemy of this group. I can kill that Hellhound behind me. Alright, now I can just kind of... Like I said, I'm attacking 5 times a turn. It's pretty insane. I'm very strong. That's all I'm going to say. Probably don't even need to do that corridor thing anymore, because I'm attacking so fast these guys don't even get next to me before I kill them. Kind of should kill as many guys while I got Hero and Vanessa up, and I'm just doing so much damage. Oh, my Hero and Vanessa dropped, but I'm still pretty strong, so just clearing this zone out. Ooh, Hell Pig. This guy like shoots a fireball that does like 3d20 damage, which is a lot of damage. Super dangerous enemy, but I am pretty strong right now. I do have fire resist, so I'm not that worried about them. I think like 1 point of fire resist is probably like equivalent, like pretty close to equivalent to 20 AC. Let's pick up all my gear. Pick up all my loot here. Have I found a hat yet? Minotaurs can only equip hats, so I'd like to find a hat. Where's Gastronach when you need him? Found another scroll of Identify. I hope these are my blink scrolls, man. I still haven't found my blink scrolls. So that was a little in-vault here. That might be the actual in-vault of the lair. Sometimes there's more than one. There's always at least one, though. Hey, there's slime. You're always guaranteed to have slime in the game. If I remember correctly, I think they buffed slime. Slime used to be, like, difficult, but not that difficult. It's more difficult than the other 2 branches that you have. You want to save it for much later in the game. But it's not... I don't think it's that easy anymore. Slime is notable for needing a lot of different resists in it, so we'll see how that goes. Alright, so I've gotten my skills up to where I want. So I'm going to start training armor and dodging a little bit. So I've got all 12 points of throwing. The reason I did that is boomerangs get all of their minimum delay, so I attack at max speed with a boomerang at 12, so that's a good place to stop. But I told you, we started off with my javelins doing 18 damage before I put 12 points into them. 12 points is the same amount of skill I put into my Wormbane, right? 12 points at minimum delay. I went from 18 damage up to 40 damage. More than doubled its damage in a few levels of fighting. And if I'm going to waste a little piety here, and I'm going to click Charism, so as a direct comparison, I went from 40, with 5 more skill points in throwing, I'll go up to 53. And this number only gets better because it's being multiplied by your strength and your fighting, which both go up over the course of the game. Admittedly, I was also getting +5 fighting there, so that isn't quite the same as only getting 5 throwing, but still, it's pretty similar. That's throwing scales super fast with XP in a way that regular weapons do not. Well, here's a lot of dragons. I want to kill Corrosion Boy first while these other guys are in front of me. Cool. Alright. I got resist. That was a poison dragon, and that was a ice dragon. Or drakes. Not Those aren't true dragons because they don't drop scales, but yeah, attacking a more dangerous enemy behind stronger enemies, or behind weaker enemies, or less threatening enemies, is one of the nice things about a polearm. I'm gonna throw these poison darts at this guy for free. Just give him some poison. And here he is. He's berserked. Kind of dangerous, but like I said, I'm very tough and strong, so I kind of just beheaded my way through it. Okay, so I'm a little hurt. This guy does hit pretty hard still. We're going to finesse. We're trying to kill this guy before he calcifies me. Alright, cool. The only downside of me constantly using these abilities is I am using up my piety, so I'm not getting my Okawaru reward yet. So if you want to like really scum for your Okawaru reward, you can kind of like try to brute force all these things without your skills. But the entire purpose of getting a god is to get these abilities that make the game easier. So, you know, don't skip on it. Ash dragons don't increase my Wormbane. Yeah, they're not strong enough. All right. So here's another little inn vault, I believe. It's like a little drake vault. Everything here is a drake or a dragon. These are steamed dragons. Or they're very reptilian themed. You might see like Komodo dragons or crocodiles in here. Ooh, a swamp dragon. Okay, swamp dragon's cool because I believe that's a strong enough dragon to buff my Wormbane. A cool thing you can do is press the T button. If I press T, it gives me all these options. If I have allies, it lets me like give them orders. But you can press T again and shout. So maybe that'll get the attention of that swamp dragon. There he is. Yeah, I shouted and he heard me. Now I can pull him towards me. I have resist poison, so he shoots like a cloud of poison, which is super dangerous if you don't have resist poison, but I do. Okay, no, swamp dragons are not strong enough to give me up. Oh, ice dragons definitely are, though. Okay, so here's an ice dragon. Much more dangerous, because I only have, I have 2 resist cold, actually. Not that dangerous. I do tons of damage to dragons, because I have the Wormbane. It has Slay Dragon branding. And you'll see when I'm attacking them, it says, you puncture the ice dragon, it convulses. That's just it saying you're doing tons of extra damage. Here we go. I killed him. The lance glows as it skewers the ice dragon. It went from +9 to +10. Isn't that nifty? So killing dragons with Wormbane makes it stronger. You have to fight stronger and stronger dragons, but that's not typically hard in Dungeon Crawl because dragons show up all throughout the game. Ooh, that might be worth wearing. Hold on. So dragons, like I mentioned earlier with the Steam Dragon scales, they can drop their scales sometimes. So if I equip this, I will lose 5 AC, but I'll get 3.3 AV, and importantly, I will be gaining resist corrosion. Is that worth... Is resist corrosion functionally... Like, if I assume AC and EV are interchangeable, is resist corrosion worth roughly 2.3 AC? Probably? Probably? I'm gonna go ahead and quit that. That's a tough call, but like resist corrosion is very useful, and my EV is getting higher, so that's nifty. It might be worth it to start using my enchant weapon, my enchant armor scrolls to like kind of shore up the AC I just lost. But it is something that is nice is having a little green dot and everything on the left hand side. That is super nice. Corrosion is one of those things that's super dangerous, and like honestly, it depends on which zone I'm in, right? If I'm in shoals. Almost nothing in shoals corrodes me, so I'd probably want the AC more than the corrosion. If I go to Snake, there's probably nothing in Snake that corrodes me either. I don't know. I'm going to hold on to it just in case I run into corrosion-based enemies, but it's probably actually still better for me to just have the AC, because AC is really strong. And I am trading my AC currently, so it's going to get better by having heavier armor. That difference is going to increase as I gain XP. Oh, there's something I can do as like a demonstration, so... I'm going to increase my polearm skill by 1. So currently my damage is 28. If I go and set my polearm skill to go up by 1 level, we'll see how much damage increases. So what I like to do is, once I clear a layer, I like to go find Orc and then do Orc. Orc is the place... Orc is nifty because like there's a bunch of money in there and a bunch of shops guaranteed on the 2nd level. So I've already found the mine, so I should have to Control F, click, search for mines, and go to the Orc mines. It's generally like a kind of a wide open area, and it's filled with orcs and some kobolds sometimes, and ogres. And it's got super strong orcs in there, like Orc Warlord, who you can see is got a red aura around him. He's got a +2 longsword, a holy longsword. He does +57 damage if I'm a demon spawn. Ugh. Do not fight this guy if you're undead or a demon spawn. The super dangerous, the actual most dangerous guy here, even though that guy is red, and he's kind of dangerous because he hits hard and he buffs his allies and he has lots of hit points and AC, is this guy. This guy can summon demons, and he can paralyze you. Now, I'm immune to paralyze, I believe, so it doesn't matter, or I have my will so high that it's a 0%. But the fact that this guy summons demons is super annoying and super dangerous, so I'm going to buff myself with my finesse. See, he's already summoned a demon. This demon can smite me. That's just something that's going to stick around until I kill that jerk. As a matter of fact, I'm going to use this situation to show the demonstration of javelins. I threw a javelin. He died. That guy was the most problematic threat in the zone, in the area. And I just throw a javelin and he dies because I have so much damage from my heroism, from my skills, from my strength as a fighter. It's just so funny that that was so easy. Let's kill these guys. Let's kill you because you're easy to kill quickly. This guy's still pretty tough in a one-on-one fight, but I'm strong in a one-on-one fight. What I'm not strong in is against a guy who summons a bunch of demons who can attack me from a distance. These guys are super annoying because they can shoot you from a distance, and they hit pretty hard, but I have rampaging, so I can really close the distance to kill them with my finesse. So with rampaging, it only works in straight lines, so you're going to line up with them and then charge them and kill them. This is the situation where rampaging is at its best. Clearly, right? Charging down dangerous ranged enemies, just rampage through them. Shout out jabs. Yeah, jabs are so powerful. I one-shot that guy. I just straight one-shot him. Another thing about mines is the first level is separated into two, you have to go down to Orc 2 and then you'll find another staircase that goes up to a separate zone in Orc 1. This is a weaker version of that guy we just saw. He can still battle cry the guys, but he's got half the hit points and doesn't do quite as much damage. I'm still going to heroism here just because it's still pretty dangerous. There could be more orcs behind him. Oh, here's an Etten. This is an even stronger two-headed ogre. So I'm going to try to Curari this guy because he's a big dumb idiot. There we go. Alright, so I've increased my polearm skill by 1. Well, let's go increase armor for a second. Let's let heroism come out. So it was at 28 damage. I increased it by 1. I gained 0 damage. I gained a decimal of damage increase on this Wormbane. Now, the Wormbane isn't the best show of damage increase with weapon skill because it's got a low base damage. It's basically just a spear. But you just saw 8 base damage doesn't get that much of a boost from a skill increase. Now I'm going to go improve throwing by 1 more. We'll see exactly how much 1 point of throwing gives me when I have as much strength and as much fighting as I do. So currently it's doing 40 damage. We'll see what happens when I get to 30. So we're trying to track what 1 point does for 30 damage or for 40 damage. What the difference will be. The troll. This is our first troll. Trolls are just big, strong idiots who hit hard, hit multiple times, and they regen. Hitting multiple times is very important. Any enemy who attacks multiple times when you are a shield user is especially dangerous because they use up your blocks. I'm going to back up. Attack with my free attack. Alright, so there's another ogre. Ooh, Azrael. He's got a bunch of hellhounds. So Azrael's super dangerous. I really hate this guy. So this guy, he's not that strong. He's only got 88 hit points, which was less than that orc I killed earlier. He's weak to cold, so if you have any cold damage, you can kill him pretty quickly. He's immune to fire, so if you have fire damage, or negative damage, or poison damage, he's hard to kill. But what he does do is he has Hurl Damnation and Call Down Damnation. These are late game abilities that are showing up on this mid-game idiot. So if I press C, blast a targeted enemy with damnation. These unholy forces harm the victim and anyone adjacent and are not affected by means of protection, such as armor or resistances. Some enemies who can use damnation are not affected. I am not one of those. So it is a flat 3d20 damage that is not reduced by any resistance or AC. He also has Call Down Damnation, which sounds the same. It's a little bit less damage, but he can do it without having to shoot at you. So basically this one he has to have a free line of effect towards you. So he can hit me right now. So if I show with a ranged weapon the path here, if he tries to hit me right now, it would go through his dog, so he couldn't do it. But if he tries to use Call Down Damnation, he can hit me for free, unresistible 3d15 damage. If this guy was smart, he would just spam Hurl Damnation at me and I would die in 10 turns. This guy is a giant jerk. So because he's so dangerous, I'm going to buff up. I'm going to kill his little dog, and I'm going to charge him. And now I'm about to die. Want to heal? Now I'm in melee range. He's much more likely to attack me. I think this is a cause for a duel. So I'm fighting less guys. There we go. I want to fight this guy one-on-one when he can't. There we go. That was a perfect situation for a duel. I used a little bit of healing. I dueled. I killed him. There we go. Sorry, I adjusted my mic a little bit. I hate that guy. He's super dangerous, but I don't like not clearing Orc. Maybe the smart thing to do as soon as you saw Azrael was to run away and clear Orc later. But I like clearing Orc because I like the loot. I like the gold, and I like the shop options. But Azrael's a very dangerous mid-game enemy because he does a ton of unresistible damage. And you saw how fast he was killing me by just doing that. I'm happy to use up my piety to kill a jerk like that and get my Orc loot. Let these guys all come to me. So a big thing about Orc 2 is there's going to be a lot of Orcs in the final area. There's always just a humongous pile of them, and it's just a slog fighting through all of them. So you want to pull Orcs away and fight them kind of individually if you can before you rouse an entire mob. So, you know, I'm kind of turning this corner and attack these guys around a corner. Let these guys come to me. I don't think I need a buff for any of these guys. These are all just regular Orcs. If I see a bunch of strong Orcs, then I'll buff up. Yeah, so, like, the thing about Okawaru that a lot of people... I actually don't have my duel anymore because I lost my piety for using it. The thing about Okawaru that a lot of people, I think, get the mistake on is they try to, like, not use their abilities so they can get their Okawaru reward at max piety. I don't think that's worth it. I think the most important thing about Okawaru is the abilities. You should always use them if you think the situation is dangerous. You saw how close that Azrael fight was, and I used all 3 Okawaru abilities for it. These guys are already separated. Here we go. This is probably the end area. You can see a bunch of ogres grouped up. I'm going to turn this corner, let them come to me because they heard me and saw me. And I'm making a lot of noise while fighting these guys. Ooh, I tabbed too much. I tabbed too much. Okay, so this is going to be a fun exercise. This guy's a Cyclops. He throws a really big rock really hard. You often want to delay taking your Okawaru gift anyway because your gifts are worse and less predictable before you really get your weapon and armor skills up. Yeah, I guess so. Like, he's very likely to give me an axe because my axe skill is nearly as high as my polearm. That's actually probably a good reason to get more polearm skill, even though it's not giving me more men delay. Alright, so here's the interesting thing. So there's a lot of dangerous enemies here. I'm just going... I'm taking a lot of damage right now. I'm taking a lot of potential damage right now. What I should probably do is fear and back up. I can fight this one guy. There we go. Now I can run away. These guys are just as fast as me. I cleared away so I'm not fighting everyone at the same time. And because these guys are just as fast as me, generally speaking, I can just run away from them. Go up some stairs, heal up. Oh, I didn't think that through. Because now there's 3 guys next to me. I'm going to pop another Fear Scroll. I'm going to attack this guy, so I can fight him one-on-one. Attack this guy, fight him one-on-one. Back up. Throw a Curare Dart at this guy. And now I'm going to use my throwing weapons I've been talking about so much and kill this guy from distance. With throwing. Kill this guy from distance with throwing. You see how much damage throwing is doing? Like, it's more damage than my spear. Let's go back to fighting. Okay, so what I would like to show you is it was 40 damage. It's 42. So 1 point of spear did not give me any damage. 1 point of throwing gave me 2 damage. And this damage scales up faster the later the game you get because you get more strength in fighting. Actually, the thing is, I don't really care that much about the Okawaru weapon. I've got the best weapon in the game. No weapon he's going to give me is better than this, I'm pretty sure. So I'd much rather use the abilities than worry about a weapon I'm not going to get. I do want the armor, though. The armor would be nifty. I have very replaceable armor right now. Alright, now that I cleared all those enemies. The other option I had was I could have immolated them, but that would have been super dangerous. This is like a deep troll. It's just a stronger troll. Does a little bit more damage, has a little more hit points. Ooh. Magical armor. These guys come around this corner, so it's a one-on-one fight. More boomerangs. Thank you, Okawaru. Get some free attacks with my throwing weapons. So you look at my spear does 29 damage. My boomerang does 35 damage. My boomerang does more damage than my spear. Now, it's 35 damage at 0.7, whereas this is 29 damage at 0.5. So you can imagine this is functionally double damage. So it's just 29 times 2, which is, 58 damage per aught. And this is functionally 60% more damage. So you can increase that by 3.5 times 6 is 18 plus 3, 21 damage. So this is like 56 damage per aught. So it's technically, so my spirit technically is more damage than my boomerang, and it's significantly more accurate, right? It gets this plus 10 accuracy and plus 4 accuracy compared to a boomerang, which has flat accuracy, right? So the spear is a little bit better damage-wise, but not by a lot, and not for much longer. I'll tell you that. That's how strong throwing is. I killed that guy in 2 shots. Look at that. 2 boomerangs dead. 1 boomerang. 2 boomerangs that hit dead. Ogre mages are pretty dangerous because they have a paralyzed spell, but I am immune. They also haste other ogres, which is actually significantly more dangerous. This is a pretty common in-vault in Orc, is a bunch of ogres and some cyclopses waiting in the shops area. So you can see these are the shops I was guaranteed. I'm pretty sure I can just clear this out. Let's back up a little bit, heal a little bit. Throw some boomerangs. The button you press to use your thrown weapon is F. If you want to change what your macro key is, you press Shift Q, and you can choose which one you want. So if I want to change to javelins, I can now press F and use my javelin. I do not want to waste my javelins, though. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting. So there's some artifact boots, which I'm definitely going to look at. Some artifact armor, which I'm almost certainly going to look at. And folly. So I've talked to you about artifacts. There are some artifacts that are random and some artifacts that are not random. So these are going to be random artifacts. And these little ones in the light blue, for instance, my Amulet of the Four Winds and this Wormbane are unrandom artifacts. They're non-random. If you see them, they always do the same thing. For the most part. There's like one exception, I think. This is the Amulet of the Four Winds. Or there's 2 exceptions, right? There's the Ring of the Octopus King and the Fairy Dragon armor, but that's very specific. So like these are strictly known artifacts. They always do the same thing. Same thing with this Robe of Folly is an interesting robe. It increases the power of your magical spells and halves their MP cost. That is one of the most powerful lines of text in the game. Brilliance is a super powerful effect for any caster, and plus 8 intelligence kind of does the same thing and increases success rate and the power of spells. It reduces your willpower to 0. I don't think I could ever wear this robe on any character. I know it's maybe there for flavor purposes or something. Negative infinity will does not seem usable to me. I can't imagine any game where like I would risk instantly losing because an enemy puts me to sleep or paralyzes me because I have negative infinite will. Even though I have this amulet that gives me clarity, there's so many things that clarity does not cover that robe would instantly make you lose against. Like anything that tries to banish you instantly banishes you. Ugh. Like legitimately, I can't picture a scenario where I'd ever use this equipment. But I guess it's there to like teach noobs the value of willpower. Another ancient comment thing. So I would normally identify amulets because they're super valuable. I am not going to do that because I have the best amulet in the game. I'm not going to bother. Past a certain point, being banished isn't a threat. Sure, but like past a certain point, you're still getting paralyzed by dreadliches or whatever, right? Hey, Aileron. Yeah, you were on the community notes, my little post talking about how you actually know DCSS. Finally! I'm immediately buying you. Come to me, my Blink Scroll. Oh, I've got 4 Blink Scrolls. Sick. That's awesome. Alright, here's some spells I don't care about. I'm probably going to come back for this Enchant Armor Scroll eventually once I find better body armor. I want to pick up these scrolls because I haven't identified them and they're cheap, so you might as well. I'm going to pick up this one because I haven't identified it and it's cheap and I might as well. Alright, so Wand of Ice Blast, Wand of Polymorph. These are pretty useful. I'm probably not going to use Ice Blast that much, but Wand of Polymorph can be useful in certain situations. Alright, so the other thing I'm going to spend money is I'm going to find out what these artifact armors do. If they're good, that's good for me. This gives me +4, +2 will, regen, -4 strength, +3 dex. -4 strength is rough, but +3 dex isn't nothing. So, for instance, if I go -4 strength, let's like look at my damage, right? How much damage am I losing by losing my strength? My boomerang, which I'm using a lot of now, goes from 36 damage to 33 damage. So I lose 3 damage on my boomerang, and I lose... What's my spear at? My spear is 29. It goes down to 27. So I lose 2 damage on my spear. So 3 strength is not nothing. That said, +6 chainmail with regen, dex, and 2 will. I know I've already got plenty of will, but that would be my 4th and 5th pips of will. So I functionally have maxed out my will stats. I'm getting a pretty good bonus on my regen. That kind of gives me more hit points over the course of a fight. So for instance, every turn I heal 1.21 regen with a point of regen in it. If I take this off, you can see I get 1.41. So it's kind of like giving me 0.8 hit points per turn. And over the course of a long fight, that's functionally like 20 hit points. And you could call that the equivalent of having the robust mutation, which is very valuable. Anyone who's like played this game knows when you get the robust mutation, which says +20, +10, +20, +30% hit points, it's super valuable. I'm also losing a little bit of shield, but I'm gaining. Okay. So compared to my plate armor, I'm gaining AC, I'm gaining evasion, I'm gaining shield. It's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it. What's on these boots? These boots would give me my strength back, but I would lose a point of resist cold, and I would lose rampaging. That's probably not worth it. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to equip those, so we're going to drop those. And I think that's it. I don't think there's anything that I'm really that worried about here. I get a couple more identify scrolls. Yeah, I'm going to spend some money and find out what these potions be doing. Find out what those scrolls. Scroll of something. Oh, I bought those scrolls that I can't use. Okay, that's funny. So go ahead and drop that. We can go ahead and drop these. I've never abandoned Gokuwaru in this run. If I was going to go into Extended, I probably would kind of hang on to these because I would probably transition to the Shining one to do the Extended post-game content. But I'm not doing that in this run, so I'm never going to use that. So we can go ahead and drop them and clear up my inventory. My Ghost of my better characters kept killing me. That's very funny. You have never completed a run of DCSS yet. Well, hey man, if you like playing DCSS and you've never beaten the run, I think maybe this isn't the best example because I've gotten very lucky. This seed has given me an incredible piece of weapon, an incredible piece of jewelry, like legitimately 2 of the best items in the game, so maybe this isn't the best example, but the general things I'm showing you, the practices I'm showing you where I'm using my abilities and my consumables very often to get out of sticky situations, I think that's going to track to any run. Yeah, that's the orc cleared. So now what I'm going to do before I let's clear up these little side branches here. So you can see like this is kind of a separated area from the place I came in at. This is pretty common in orc. There's I think going to be 2 or 3 like side zones here. Just clearing out the baddies. Alright, so there's one thing I want to mention before I leave here, and that is this is something I don't really like about Crawl. There's two situations where this happens. In Orc and in Lair, there's 2 places that are misleading for new players. You go into Orc, right? You clear Orc because you're strong, you're doing well. If you don't know much about the game because you've just been following my dumb guide or whatever, it's like, man, I'm a big, strong Minotaur. I can clear this place out just fine. And you go, oh, what's this place? It's called the Elven Halls. What's going on in there? Maybe I can go right in there. I just cleared Orc. How tough could this place be? Do not go in here. This is much later in the game before you ever go into this place. There are challenges in here that are super dangerous. You must have resist electricity, resist fire, resist cold before you ever think about going here. You need a few points of willpower because there's tons of guys in here that that test your willpower to like either confuse you or paralyze you or whatever. There's tons of super powerful elves that like summon demons and blast you with damnation and shoot you with super powerful spells. You need to have a lot of hit points just to survive in here. This place is way more dangerous than Orc. The other place this comes up is in Lair. In Lair, there's shoals and swamp and snake and spider, and it's not the craziest thing for you to go straight from Lair 5 into those zones. You maybe want to do a little bit more XP grinding in places like Orc and the rest of Dungeon before you go in there, but it's not crazy to go from lair to one of those zones. But slime pits, which is located in the same dungeon and kind of projects itself as the same threat level because it's just a little portal in the lair in a place you just cleared, is so much more dangerous than everything else. It's potentially, right now, the last place you go to before you go to the finals dungeon. It's like the second to last dungeon you brave before you go to the final dungeon. Sometimes you don't go into slime at all, it's so dangerous. And I don't like that the game doesn't really tell you that. Crawl is very good about telling you how dangerous things are, but in slime and elven halls, they kind of show up in places where their threat level is understated compared to where you find them, if that makes sense. So don't go into elf until much later. That's all I'm saying. Little piece of advice from me to you. Put off elf and put off slime. And so what I'm going to do, the next kind of stage of the game is we've kind of hit the true mid-game now. I think the new stairs are a good enough warning for slime. I don't know. I don't think it's intuitive. I think it's obvious to us because we know crawl. I think the people who don't know crawl don't know that. Admittedly, for most people, crawl is not their first, roguelike NetHack similar game. But, it's just one of those things I don't like. It's not misinformation, it's just a lack of information, right? So I'm giving you that information now. Avoid them. So what I like to do now, before I go do my S branches, in my case it's Shoal and Snake, is I'm going to go clear dungeon all the way to dungeon 15. Because I think that's generally a little easier than the S branches. Get some XP, maybe find more gear. And hey, immediately I found a +1 cloak of 8 dex, which is an immediate improvement on my +0 cloak. How about that? Pretty nice. So it gave me 1.2 points of evasion, 1.7 points of shield. That's pretty nifty. Another scroll of identify. Let's go ahead and use that on these potions. Hey, I found my potion of haste. Haste is like finesse. It doubles my attack speed, but also doubles your movement speed. It's one of the more powerful consumables. It's a great way to get out of dangerous positions because you can just kind of run away from them. And you can see, even though I'm in I came back to the dungeon after clearing Lair and Orc, and I'm in dungeon 11, I'm still finding kobolds. I'm kind of way stronger than the zone, so you can see this is the next easiest place to go to clear, so you might as well clear it to try to find loot. An evasion ring's pretty interesting. Would I give up 6 strength for 5 evasion? So let's check my damage. It goes from 28 to 26. Would I trade 2 damage for 5 evasion? 6 evasion, really? No, it's 5 evasion. Oh, it's actually not that, because my strength ring is giving me 1 evasion because it's offsetting my encumbrance. So would I trade 2 damage, functionally 4 damage because I have double attack speed, for 4 evasion? No, I don't think so. We can go ahead and drop that then, because if I'm not doing it now, I'm not doing it ever. Oh, another identify scroll, so find out some more potions. Potion of Berserk Rage. I'm never gonna. I don't think I'm ever gonna use Berserk Rage, but I might as well have it. It's not like a detriment to have in my inventory. Oh. As you can see, I'm fighting a bunch of enemies I've already fought before. Just bees and trolls and stuff. Hey, look, another shop. There's something interesting in the shop. Dart of Disjunction is actually kind of interesting on a character who is a ranged character and wants to. The way this thing, it's a dart that teleports enemies temporarily away. Or not temporarily, just blinks them away, which is pretty cool. Pretty useful on a ranged character, but not useful for me. And hey, there's a quick blade. So if you had a way to somehow get into here, I'm not sure how you would. This is the best short blade in the game. It's super fast. It has decent damage for a short blade. Oh, these guys are fun. These are boulder beetles. You actually sometimes find these guys really early in the dungeon. They're super dangerous, but they're very susceptible to poison. So they're really good things to throw darts at. But I'm super strong right now, and I'm not scared of this guy. Gain more strength. Now, Ring of Protection. This is kind of like the same situation with the Ring of Evasion. I don't think 4 AC is worth the damage I'd be giving up to change out my Strength Ring. And I definitely still want to keep my electricity resistance. So we're going to go ahead and ignore that too. I'm not sure this is true. I think most players would probably still equip the AC. Ooh, Orloka's dangerous. So Orloka can... This is one of the most dangerous mid-game enemies in the game because she can banish you. And if you go to Abyss, That's pretty dangerous. I'm probably strong enough that I could survive level 1 of Abyss right now, but I have a 0% chance to get sit there because my will is so high. That is the benefit of equipping a +3 will amulet and a +2 will piece of armor, even though I'm losing strength. So for instance, I traded 4 strength for like a bunch of armor and a bunch of evasion, but I'm not going to do it again because I really don't want to mess up my damage too much, right? I've already sacrificed some damage. I don't want to keep sacrificing damage because damage is kind of how you win the game. What the fuck is command? Okay, so this is an entirely new brand. It improves the power and success of your summoning spells in proportion to your armor skill. That sounds very powerful. So this is functionally like a staff of summoning, but on a piece of armor? That's very cool. I'm not going to equip it because I'm not casting any summoning spells, but that'd be really cool. I'm like a mountain dwarf who's doing summoning and can equip heavy armor, or maybe a gnoll. Ooh, Cassandra, that's a new enemy, right? The Doomed Oracle. As a young woman, Cassandra bound herself in service to Ash and Zari. Hey, Ash is a really good god, and was blessed and cursed in equal measure, granted the ability to foresee disasters, but only. Oh, she's a reference to the Greek Cassandra, sure. Eventually driven from her homeland, the Harbinger, blah blah blah. Well, okay, she has 43 hit points, so I can kill her in like 2 turns. Doomsaying. Foretells a terrible future, inflicting doom equal to half of what it would take for you to reach 100%. Jesus Christ, she just does 50% doom? Upon death, a sliver of this fate will come to pass in the form of an ambush. Several well-hidden enemies from the floor will seek out your position unerringly, and all stairs will temporarily be sealed. That is a crazy ability. So she kind of like pseudo-marks you and dooms you? And I'm guessing Doombolt fires a bolt of accursed malice that inflicts doom. Jesus Christ. Fleetfoot calls forth wind to increase the cast. Oh, she is a not. She also is too fast to run. She can make herself too fast to run away from. She dooms you. She immediately doomed me to 50%. And she blasts you with an ability that dooms you. Okay. I'm finessing, I'm charging, and I'm killing this lady as fast as possible before she fucking... I'm at 88% doom. Okay, I killed her before I got to 100%. Woo! You feel an ambush drawing close. Okay, so now a bunch of enemies are going to come at me? Here they are, yeah. I'm basically marked. Yeah, that's funny. So I'm going to get in this corridor where enemies can't get to me as easily. There's another shop here. Oftentimes shops come in groups of 4, so I think this is happening on this level. There's one shop, there's another shop. Man, that is a crazy dangerous enemy, dude. I killed her. I'm very strong. I killed her very fast, and I was at 88% doom. That's crazy. Like, if I didn't have rampaging and I had to charge her the normal way, who knows? The abilities sound a lot scarier than how they usually play out and can be nasty to just get doomed and ambushed. The ambush is like the nasty part, right? Like, she's already kind of dangerous in the fact that she dooms you and can like functionally mutate you now. And she's got like a decent damage ranged ability and she's very fast, but then have to get ambushed afterwards. That's pretty crazy. Legitimately a wild enemy. And like nothing gives you resistance to doom in this game, right? Like, I'm guessing resist negative doesn't give you doom resistance. That'd be a cool thing to make resist negative not as a joke. Resist negative is like the least important resistance in the game. I incidentally have it because of my amulet, but like, I'm pretty sure you can kind of go the whole game with 0 resist negative most of the time, and it's not that big a deal. Okay, so this is the kind of enemy I want to warn people about. Slime creatures, they have a lot of hit points, and they hit kind of hard. They always come in packs, and when you're fighting them, they like to group up into one big enemy. Every time they group up, they get significantly stronger. So here we go. Now this guy has all the hit points of 2 of them put together, and he hits twice as hard. And you can see, like, an enemy, even though it's kind of the same amount of hit points and the same amount of damage, all of it being concentrated in one enemy is way more dangerous. See, now this guy hits for 66 damage and has 181 hit points. Now, they do start to break down as you damage them, but this is one of the most dangerous enemies in the game. Because one of them is very easy to kill, so you're like thinking, I can beat them in a group. These guys are very strong at countering the I want to hide in a corridor and fight them one strategy. I want to finesse myself so I can kill the small ones fast so they don't group up anymore. Because once this guy becomes a Titanic slime, which is like the strongest version of this, he's super dangerous. There we go. That was a great time to use finesse. I stand by it. Alright, so I've got my fighting skill up to 15, so I got plenty of hit points. We're going to get dodging up to... We're going to get armor, because I got pretty good armor now, up to like... Also up to 15, and we're getting dodging up to like 10. These are the things I want to start improving. Because I do plenty of damage right now. I need to get defenses online. It's a good place to dump my XP. Scarf of Repulsion, that's pretty nifty. That's really good against a bunch of ranged enemies. I'll lose a bunch of stats from my dexterity and a bunch of AC. I'm not sure that's worth. That's probably gonna be worth it in shoals because there's a lot of ranged enemies in shoals. I might equip it there. Okay, I have woken up Rupert. Rupert is arguably the most dangerous mid-game enemy, mid-game named enemy. He hits very hard. You know, he's got a great sword of freezing, so you can imagine this is uh, 68 damage here, right? 68 damage a hit. He can berserk himself. Berserk makes you double in damage. Functionally, it's actually better. It's like a haste and a might potion put together. It makes you attack twice as fast. It makes you hit significantly harder. It's kind of like 250% damage, and it makes you tougher. So this guy can berserk himself. Also, the more dangerous thing is not dangerous for me because I'm super decked out. Is he can confuse and paralyze you. If this guy paralyzes you, rages, and then attacks you, you're probably dead. Legitimately, if you are not as strong as I am at this point in the game, if you see this guy, it's perfectly reasonable just immediately click a teleport scroll and get the hell out of dodge. I think I can beat this guy. I'm going to finesse. I'm going to throw a Curare dart at him. I missed. I'm going to throw a net at him. He's raged. I'm going to beat him up. Because he's in a net. And I'm attacking faster than him because I have a faster attacking weapon. And I finessed up, which is pretty close to Berserk. But yeah, that guy is super duper dangerous if you don't have clarity and +5 will like I do. Like I said, this is an unusually strong character, so take my advice, don't take my actions. I would probably teleport there if I was playing a regular Minotaur at this point in the game, and I wasn't this strong. I didn't even hit him with my Curare, which was like kind of important there. He's susceptible to Curare, which is a pretty important thing. These are Centaur warriors. They're like super strong Centaurs. Makes sense. Ranged enemies are kind of a pain. You gotta charge them down, but I've got Rampaging, and Rampaging is really good at that. These slimes again, kill them fast before they group up. You typically want to close the damage on a Cyclops because their thrown rocks do a lot more damage than their melee attacks. Well, these guys are super dangerous. They just shoot you with lightning, and they also have like a generic damage force plants. But like, I'm pretty strong, so like I said, all my cautionary tales here are like, yeah, but I'm pretty strong, so I'm just gonna beat them up. That happens a lot of times in Crawl, where like you play well and you get rewarded with like good gear, like I have. Oh, I found the most important thing to identify besides maybe your healing potions. Potion mutation. So this is the reason you don't just randomly drink your potions the same way you randomly click your scrolls to find out what you have. You might accidentally stumble on a mutation potion. These potions are super useful because they make it so you can get rid of bad mutations because they kind of randomly roll on a mutation table for all of your current mutations and for new mutations. So you don't want to use these because like there's a decent chance you'll get a bad mutation that can ruin your game. But you do want to have them identified and ready to use in case you get hit with a bad mutation. It's safe to co-opt your unidentified potions now, is it? You can't get randomly mutated? Oh, you're saying it's safe for me because I have discovered my mutation potions. Yeah, you're right. So I can like figure out this is an ambrosia potion. This kind of falls into the it's good to know what your potions are situation. I got an invis potion, flight potion, cancellation potion. Yep, cool. Attraction. All right, so now I'm still not going to use it on the ones I only have one stack of because I like to have my options open to me. Like attraction's a good one to have for against spellcasters. And I don't want to like waste my other ones because like there's still some good potions I haven't found. I can actually go ahead and drop Brilliance. I'm never going to cast a spell, so I can right-click you and drop. Oh, Boggarts! I hate these guys, but they're kind of fun. They have this ability called Shadow Creatures. This is a spell that's going to show up on a lot of enemies. What happens is, what Shadow Creatures does is it randomly spawns a bunch of enemies who are powerful, equivalent to the level you're on. So it's a spell that's strong no matter what point in the game you're in. These guys are super frail. They only have like 20 hit points. They all have no AC, so if you do 20 damage, you do 20 damage, they die. but they blink around, they turn invisible, they summon a bunch of jerks, and they can get rid of your own summons. So I need to close the distance to kill this guy quickly. Now I'm going to attack past this guy to try to kill him. Alright, and you see he summoned a bunch of shadow creatures. What a jerk. So now I'm going to... I'm pretty strong, so I can probably fight through most... Okay, so I need to find a way to kill this guy at range without having to... All these guys with these little pink dots in the top left corner, these are all summons. I get no XP for killing them, and they disappear if I kill this guy. So I'm going to try to kill this guy with a javelin. I missed. I'm going to try to kill this guy with a javelin. I hit. Now I don't have to worry about him. Hooray. Scroll of Immolation. I am not going to use a Scroll of Immolation there because that would blow me up. This is Ifrit. It's like a... This is like Azazel or Azrael, whatever his name was. That guy I fought earlier who almost killed me. But without all the dangerous stuff. He just shoots fire at you. Immune to fire, immune to poison. There's an elf and there's some spiders. Not that dangerous for me at this point in the game. A regular elf, at least. Boulder Beetle, not that dangerous. Is this the entrance to vaults? Yeah, here's the entrance to vaults. Okay, so this is the... Oh, hey, Unseen Ugly thing. Hold on. So I have a Ring of Sea Invisibility, so we can unequip you, equip you. Hey, this is what the Unseen Horror looks like. He's always invisible and trying to attack you, but I can see you now, jerk. Go away. That's why you carry a Ring of Invisibility, just to not have to bother with those jerks. So, vaults. Vaults is super dangerous. Its vaults are said to home the great treasures and sealed evils alike. Its origin known only to its guardians, the Ironvine Order. The vaults are like the place you go to after the S branches. It's kind of like the late mid-game before you get to the end-game stuff, where you like try to go win the game. Vaults is often the last rune you get because there is a rune at the end of vaults. So what typically a typical game of crawl that if you're just trying to win is you go to lair, you clear out lair, you go to orc, you clear out orc, you clear the rest of dungeon, you go back to lair and clear out your S branches, in my case shoals and snake. Then you go clear vaults because you need to have at least one rune before you go into vaults, or like it closes behind you or something. So you have to clear an S branch first. And then you clear vaults and you make a decision. In the past, you would make a decision between going to slime. You clear vaults all the way up to 4. There's only 5 levels of vaults. You clear all the way up to level 4, and you go, okay, do I think I can take on Vaults 5, which is a very particular challenge, or do I think I can take on slime? I think the answer is nowadays is vaults, because I think they made slime a lot harder. We'll see when we get there, though. Let's back up so we're fighting one-on-one. Oh, I did kind of skip over. You tend to want to clear depths right after you clear up to Vaults 4. So depths is what happens after dungeon. We're about to get there, actually. We're on dungeon 14, and depths is right after dungeon 15. Hey, I got hit with malevolence. With a horrendous wail, an alarm goes off. I have been afflicted by Mark. This is the other malevolence I was talking about. You hear a horrible gurgling sound. You hear angry buzzing noises. That's probably bees. You hear a shout times 4. You hear 2 shouts. You hear a shout times 3. You hear 2 shouts. You hear a shout. You hear 2 shouts. You hear a shout. You hear 2 shouts. You hear a shout. You hear 2 shouts. You hear a horrible gurgling sound times 2. You hear 2 shouts. You hear horrible. So functionally, like 30 enemies, 40 enemies are now specifically awake and aware of where I'm at and are coming for me because I got hit with malevolence. Thankfully, it happened in an incredible place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up into this corridor. These are the buzzing sounds, vampire mosquitoes, not bees. So I can always go up these stairs if I get in danger, but I'm now attracting half the level into a kill zone here, a 1-by-1 corridor where they cannot attack me at more than one at a time, and I'm very strong. So I'm just going to sit here and wait and fight these guys one-on-one. If it gets bad, I can always go down the stairs. Here's all the shouts, all these freaking ogres. To me, this is just a free XP delivery system. Bunch of orcs. Now, the threat here is like of a really dangerous, unique enemy was awoken by this. Remember how scared I was of Sigmund? I still haven't actually gone and killed Sigmund. I should go do that at some point, but maybe I'll see him on my orb run. That'll be funny. And yeah. Oh, hey, I finished up my Okawaru piety, so I've killed a lot of guys without using my skills. I now get my choice of weapons and armor, so let's finish this fighting here. everyone coming for me. Okay, looks like everyone's coming for me. So, when you get to max fight on Aquario, he gives you 2 gifts. He gives you a weapon and a piece of armor. So I'm going to choose weapon. It gives me a bunch of spears I don't care about. This wouldn't actually be that bad. Demon Trident would be a great thing to get from Okuwari, right? You just click Demon Trident. This is an in-game weapon. You can beat the game with this weapon. You probably don't want to go into the late game with a Venom brand on it. You would probably want to use your brand weapon scrolls on it. But it actually is probably more damage than my Lance, right? 28 versus 30. Yeah, 30 damage. It's 1 point slower, so it's actually worse. 0.5 is functionally 20% more damage, I believe, than 0.6. So it's actually still a little worse, but it does have a relevant brand, right? My Wormbane only has a relevant brand against dragons. That said, my Wormbane also gives me 3 resistances and plus 3 AC, so it is better still. But this would not be a bad choice for an in-game weapon. You would pump all of your, like, if I was like wielding a regular weapon, not an in-game weapon right now, I could throw 6 enchant weapon scrolls on this and get a +8 trident, and then try to rebrand it with 3 of my brand weapon scrolls to get a really good in-game brand on it. But I got Wormbane, so it doesn't matter. And now I'm going to use my armor, and it's pretty much always good for the armor. Okay. So here are some interesting choices. Here's some very interesting choices. Okay, so as a Minotaur, I cannot equip helmets. I can only equip hats. And Okuwari is giving me 2 artifact hats that are very interesting and are going to teach you an important lesson. He's also given me an artifact pair of gloves, which is interesting in its own right. So, this hat seems very good on first glance. It gives me C invisibility, so I don't have to swap my rings. It gives me 3 resist fire, so that completely takes care of my fighter for the game. It gives me resist negative, and it gives me the ability to go invisible with evocation. Those are all positive attributes, and it only makes it so I cannot teleport. I will never, ever, ever equip this hat on a Minotaur. The only character I will ever equip this hat on is a Formicid, because Formicids already cannot teleport. I personally believe minus teleport is either the worst or second worst negative effect you can put on any piece of gear in the game. The only one that I think is potentially worse is the silence tag for a spellcaster. For me, a character who is not a spellcaster, minus tele is the worst possible thing you can put on a piece of gear, because teleportation is by far your most important get out of crap ability. I haven't used them much, but blink and teleport are so important to have that I would never, even for every resist in the game, ever equip this piece of gear. I hope I've made that clear enough. Now, the more interesting option is this other hat. Resist electricity, resist cold, and +2 strength. That's free damage. That's a free resist electricity. I could unequip this electricity resist ring and put on a different ring. Maybe get some AC. The other one is interesting is this pair of gloves, which give me a +2 damage, +3 slaying, which is kind of like the +10 on my Wormbane. It would just give me a flat 3 damage and a flat 3 accuracy, and resist corrosion. I think this is a very interesting choice, and +3 AC. It's already a +2 glove, so there's no way I can get better mundane gloves. It also gives me this ability, Infusion, which it empowers each melee hit with small parts of my magic, so it would turn my otherwise useless MP into more damage. So this is going to give me +3 damage, and then a little more damage on top of that, and +2 AC on top of a regular pair of gloves, and resist corrosion, which is the one resist I do not have. I think the hat is probably harder to replace, but I will say I am happy currently with my resist electricity and resist cold situation. I'm personally going to go with the gloves. I think having resist corrosion without having to worry about resist corrosion ever again in the game and getting all the damage bonus these gloves are going to give me, I think it's worth it. And I don't use my mana for anything else, so this is a perfect character for infusion gloves. And I forget how much damage infusion gives you. I can kind of look it up, though. Let me go check the Crawl Wiki. Type in infuse as a brand. Is it like infusion, not just infusion? Infuse didn't come up with anything. Here we go. Infusion is an ego found only on gloves. When the wearer strikes a moment melee, it gets a +4 damage bonus but consumes 1 MP. So this is functionally a +7 damage weapon, or +7 damage and +3 accuracy pair of gloves. Now, admittedly, I run out of the +4 damage when I run out of MP, and if I use my abilities first, like my finesse and my heroism, I do lose a little MP. But that's just free damage. So my opinion here is I'm going to go with the gloves, I'm going to equip them, and I'm going to be happy. Hopefully I'll find a different hat later in the game, but I think that's a much more... that item makes me much more powerful now, and I generally consider power now more important than power later, which is something I've kind of ignored lately, because as you see, I haven't been using my enchant armor scrolls, but as a general premise, that's my opinion. Another potion I haven't identified. There's a bunch of rock shots are annoying. They like split into guys and they like have a pretty high damage force lance and they kind of blink around. They're jerks, but if you have enough damage, you kind of just brute force your way through them. Ooh, that's scary. I'm at 36 hit points. This guy can kill me right now. I kind of like glossed over how dangerous this guy is, but I didn't actually kill any of their. I'm going to do something. I'm going to make a point here that about what's happening is I talked about how important teleportation is. I think my best option here is to blink scroll out because this guy can kill me on his next turn. He can do potentially. Let me double check this. Oh, he did so much damage because he knocked me into a wall. So he can do 3d14, which is potentially. This is just flat damage. It's not unresistable, right? This is affected by AC, I think. Because he knocked me into a wall, I took a lot of damage with his Force Lance. I'm going to teleport away, and I'm going to run. I'm going to regen some hit points from my regen brand for my armor. So now I'm at 56, and it's much less likely he can kill me. I'm going to pop a potion of might, because I don't have a lot of mana left for my other abilities. Now I'm going to kill him now. Oh yeah, Quafield Wounds is a good idea. And now, this is a perfect position. If he Force Lances me, I will only go through this door. I won't slam into the wall. There we go. Whew. So blink away, heal up, buff up a little bit, and kill him quickly. So, you know, sometimes I was just pressing the tab button. I wasn't paying attention. That happens in Crawl. There's another guy who does shadow creatures. He also does cause fear, which is super annoying, but I'm immune to fear. So I'm just going to hit them. If you didn't have a polearm, that'd be a perfect position for a javelin. Just shoot that guy with javelins and try to kill him from a distance. There's a cloak I haven't... Once again, I'm just kind of tabbing through, but those slimes are pretty dangerous. A cloak of corrosion resistance. That is better than my current cloak if I didn't have corrosion resistance, but I do on my gloves, so I don't need it, and I'd rather have the +8 dex. Alright, and that is the end of Dungeon. Let me show you. So there was that last little vault with the Rakshasa in it that almost killed me. This is the next level. This is Depths. Depths is a significant, it's a marked increase in difficulty from Dungeon. I say clear Dungeon up to 15, then I say go do your S branches afterwards. So now I can go back to Shoals or Snake Pit. I'm going to do Snake Pit. Snake Pit is much easier. The thing about Snake Pit is you need 3 things, in my opinion. You need the ability to deal with being surrounded by enemies, because there's an enemy in here who has the ability to blink a bunch of enemies around you. So you need to have a way to deal with that. You need to have the ability to resist poison, because everything in here shoots poison at you. And if possible, you need good ranged options, because there's a lot of guys called Naga sharpshooters who shoot you from a really far distance and hit really hard. I've got most of those options. I've got good ranged options. I've got resist poison. And the way I'm going to deal with being surrounded by enemies is I do a lot of damage. So I'm going to back up. The reason I say Snake Pit is the easiest of all of the S branches is Nagas are slow. They travel 71% speed, so they normally travel slower than me. So I can just kind of run away from them. And they can't do anything about it. I can kind of get into my little perfect corridor here. There's also a lot of hallways that you can run into, because it's just it's constructed in the sense that these are sentient beings. So I can kind of run away from them and get in a nice little cubby hole and fight them like that. This is why I think this is the easiest dungeons. That reason alone is you can run away from a lot of the threats. Now there are challenges about it. They do a lot of poison damage, and some of the guys can strip away your resist poison, which is really annoying. But if you have resist poison, what ends up happening a lot of times is they just like try to shoot you with poison, and it does nothing because you have resist poison. Now, resist poison is not immunity to poison. It reduces poison damage, it reduces the chance of poison to be effective, but you can still be poisoned. Poison immunity and poison resistance. See, I got poisoned. The damage is less, and the chance of getting poisoned is lower, but resist poison does kind of trivialize it, is what I would say. It trivializes being poisoned. I'm low on heal wounds. I've only got 3. I've only got 1,000 gold. Let me see what's else in here. Ooh, what the heck? The Rogue of Augmentation. That's another unrand art. It's kind of an interesting item. It's like it's just +4 in all your stats, and the most important thing about this is it's a +4 robe. That's kind of a rarity. Robes can usually only go up to +2. So like for a spellcaster, getting +4 int and +2 AC over a regular robe, and then some ancillary decent stats is pretty nifty. But this is a kind of item that's like only kind of good in the early game, and obviously not good on me, a heavy armor wearing brute. Yeah, just kind of tabbing through. Ooh, that guy's got a throwing net. Yeah. Oh, he's got a wand of light. Hey, I've got a good wand now. Something I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get like 4 points of evocations. Not for any like super important reason, but like there's some enemies that you can polymorph. So what you can do is my evocation is so low that I would probably fail at polymorphing a lot of enemies, but I do have a scroll of vulnerability. So a cool trick you can do, scroll of vulnerability reduces everyone's willpower by half, including yours. So you can prop a scroll of vulnerability and then use a use a wand like paralysis or polymorph on them, and it increases your likelihood of succeeding a lot. So this is like a good way to take down low willpower but high danger enemies. So getting just a few points in evocation. Ooh, the guy marked me. He stepped on an alarm trap. That's what that little symbol was. Now every enemy in the area knows where I'm at and is coming for me. So I'm going to get this little corridor, wait for anyone to come. I've cleared out most of the level, so I guess there was no one to come for me. All right. Ooh, Milo Golati. This guy is super dangerous. He like he causes fear, but I'm immune to that. But like he corrupts the level around you, which like that changes the appearance of the affected area and temporarily summons creatures from the abyss. So like he summons demons and stuff from the abyss, and he can buff himself. So he does decent damage. He can knock you out of position by trampling you. I'm kind of surprised I never saw any elephants in Lair. They trample. They're like your first introduction to trample. But dragons can trample you too. So trample is like they hit you, they push you back if there's nothing behind you. So this guy's pretty dangerous. He's like he can hit pretty hard and trample me. I'm gonna finesse on for this guy. And like he summons guys from the abyss, which is like really annoying. So I'm just gonna kill him really fast. Oh god, I muted myself. Whoops. Okay, so thanks for telling me, Ziggy. I did not notice. I muted myself because I was adjusting my headset. So what just happened was I picked up an acquirement scroll, which is similar to that gift you saw me get from Okawaru. Uh, there weren't very good options. It was gold, a resist will ring when I've already got max resist will, and a spear when I already got the best spear in the game. But it did give me a manual. A manual is functionally a bunch of free XP as long as you are training that skill. There's another option called there's another item called a potion of experience, which is just a flat amount of XP pumped into your character. But in this case, it's kind of like giving me a huge bonus to my XP. So like I went from 9.5 to 4.8 relative XP units to get my polearm skill up. So now my polearm is super cheap to improve. Like 4.8 is like a low amount of XP that you would need to get for like when you're in level 4 and 5, not where you're at level fucking 16 like I am right now. So now I can just rapidly train my polearm skill, get a bunch of accuracy and damage out of it, even though I've got max min delay, just for on the cheap. So we're gonna do that, and I'm gonna set my polearm to like, I think the manual isn't permanent. It eventually runs out once you pump a certain amount of experience into it. I think around 20 at this point is gonna get there. I'm gonna change it to 18. I'm pretty sure I'll still have more left over, but now it's so cheap to get it, I might as well get it just because it's that good, right? Normally I'd be trading throwing right now, but my throwing's already pretty good, so this spear bonus is going to be so cheap. And I roughly get 1 damage every couple of levels of spear right now, and I do get accuracy from it. My accuracy is really high. These Nagas, I have a 81% chance to hit. That's a really high accuracy. Another cool thing about this is actually probably my ideal Minotaur Warrior thrown weapons melee fighter S branch layout, because you get ranged weapons, you get thrown weapons and shells. Shells tends to spawn a lot of javelins, and you get shields and snakes. Snakes tend to have a lot of shields, and those are 2 things I want in a melee fighter. There's already some shields that I've dropped in here. Nothing special yet, but sometimes you do get a special one. Thanks for the javelins, Okawaru. This game looks like a man while you're reading. That's pretty silly. Surviving games as a barbarian. Well, I'm not a barbarian. Barbarian is a different... Well, I guess it's called Berserker in this game, but you can imagine it's the same thing. I'm a noble fighter of Okawaru. Oh, hey, shop. It's very unlikely that either those boots or that armor is good enough for me, but it's worth checking out for the money. It's just a +0 pair of flying boots, so I'm not picking that up. I'm honestly just picking this up for the curiosity. Maybe it's plus a billion, and it's better than what I've got. But yeah, +0 ring mail of resist negative. These are just random artifacts that randomly generate and aren't any good. It happens a lot. I've already gone through mine, so like I'm not like being super precious with my a potion of moonshine. That's one of the negative potions. Obviously, I don't need it. It just like it puts out like a very minor negative stats effect if you drink it. It's basically there to punish you for just spamming bottles in a combat. Such that so potions aren't always a good thing. Potion resistance, that's very useful. If I need to get some resistance for some reason, though I don't because I have every resistance I need, I can quaff that. It'd probably be relevant if I fought like a very high damage enemy of a particular element. In the manual, the main character gets sucked into the game. Well, if I suddenly become this Minotaur, I'll be fine. This is the luck. This is one of my. It's not my luckiest run ever. It's definitely not my luckiest run ever, but it's like in the top percent. It's like in the top 5%, I would say for sure. Ooh, a better shield. This guy's got a tower shield. So the difference between a tower shield and a kite shield, which is my medium level shield I have, is it gets 1 more block, which is very important. It will decrease my evasion by 0.8, and it will slow down my attack. Do I lose a full point? So currently, my shield is slightly slowing it. Do I go from 0.5 to 0.6? I do. That is not worth it. But I will hold on to this, because I would like to get some shield skill eventually to offset that and eventually equip it. Oh, hold up, hold up. I just randomly found gold dragon scales. This is arguably the best armor in the game. Boy, I'm really lucky today. So this is the kind of armor that you equip, you enchant up and equip because it has such high base AC. As you can see, it's got a 12 base armor rating, which is insane. It's only going to say 0.06 armor increase compared to my current armor. But that's because this is +6 right now. So you can functionally imagine this, because I could get it up to +6, as +6.6 armor, right? Can you pick up party members in the game? Not really. There's summoning abilities. There's ability to summon guys, and there's a couple of gods who give you helpful allies. And technically, actually, you know what? You can go orc. If you become an orc, if you let an orc priest smite you and start worshiping Yugioh, you can pick up orc party members. So yeah, you can pick up party members in this game in one specific build. I will lose my willpower, but I've already got the best willpower equipment in the game. But I will get +3 strength. I'll lose my regen, but I'll also get 2 more points of resistance. I don't need the resist poison because my artifact weapon already gives me resist poison, but more resist fire and more resist cold can't be bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to enchant this. I'm going to equip it. I'm going to look for enchant armor scrolls on the game that I haven't bought yet. All the way back in D1, we're going. Because I'm definitely going to be equipping this for the rest of the game. The only other thing I can see equipping over this is to be like crystal plate armor, but that doesn't give me resistances. So the difference is pretty minute. So let's go ahead and fully enchant this up with everything I have. Equip it. Let's go back to Snake Pit. I'll go ahead and drop the armor I'm not using, so we can drop you. I don't need you anymore. Because I'm not, I got resist corrosion gloves. And I don't really need resist cold anymore. I've got 3 resist cold incidentally on my gear. Yep. See invisible is fine. Resist negative could be fine. I probably don't need it, but there it is. I'm going to keep this on resist electricity. So yep, I think we're good to go. The only thing I need is a hat now. Do I have... Yeah, the big thing about this armor is +12 AC. It has a 12 base AC. So now if I train AC, I get 7 AC for every AC I put in it. So that's a whole point better than my previous armor. And it just has more base AC and can be enchanted higher too. I think this goes all the way up to a +12 enchantment. So I just need to find enchantment scrolls. Which, presumably over the course of the game I will find enough to get it up to plus its maximum enchantment. Yeah, this is a very blessed run so far. Alright, so there's only 4 levels in Snake, so I've cleared out 3 pretty easily. Oh, Azel! This is a pretty common enemy to see in Snake. He can put you to sleep, but I'm immune to that currently, and he has like poison-based attacks, and he can, The interesting thing about this guy, he's not actually a snake. He's got a, artifact that turns him into a snake that he always drops when you kill him. There it is, Serpent Talisman. So I'm not doing Talismans this run because Minotaurs are terrible at shapeshifting. This would be an incredible find on like a Octopode or any kind of a guy who's using Talismans and doesn't have stone form yet. +2 resist fire, see invisibility, and it's like it naturally gives strength, AC, unarmed combat damage, and resist poison. Like this is a Octopode Talisman. But I am not an Octopode, so I am not using it. So I need to kill this guy quickly before he puts a lot of guys around me. I know how that sounded. I stand by what I said. Yeah, you want to kill those guardian serpents as fast as possible. Hey, look, another enchant armor scroll. I can immediately use it on my awesome armor. Alright, so now we're about to go into Snake 4. Snake 4 is the hard snake, just like on layer 5, there's like a super extra vault at the end that's extra dangerous. Snake is going to have a vault at the end filled with tons and tons of snakes that's super hard to work through, because in numbers they are dangerous. Hey, there's Asterion. Asterion is a demon who always carries a shield and a demon trident. He's a really good source of loot. There's a lot of guys around. I'm going to finesse myself and kill these guys quickly. He's getting a spectral. Oh man, a spectral demon spear is really good. Spectral is incredibly. It's probably the highest DPS brand on the technicality, and it's especially good on polearms because there's more places it can spawn. It's a weirdly technical weapon to use, or technical brand. But if I wasn't using this freaking Wormbane, this would be like a godsend. This would be an incredible polearm weapon. It's arguably a better weapon for damage right now than my Wormbane, despite the speed difference, just because it does more damage and has a better brand. But it doesn't have AC, it doesn't have resists, and it is not quite as fast. And fast is better than hard for most of the game. Okay, there's a lot of guys here, so you know what to do. Back up, buff up. Do not get complacent. Fight these guys one at a time. And a good thing to do against sharpshooters, these are the Naga sharpshooters, the guys I was warning about earlier, is getting melee damage with them, because they're sharpshooters. They're not, I don't think they're actually that frail, but, you know. They're more dangerous when you're just sitting there getting shot, not when you're hitting them in the face. Okuaru often frequently drops these like non-poison darts. They're not useless, but I never find myself wasting the turns on them. I'd rather just, like, by the time these are effective because you have enough throwing skill, if you're worshipping Okuaru, you've got enough throwing skill to kill things with the boomerangs faster than those can be relevant, so almost never pick them up or use them. Alright, so it's still only 7 XP to get a point in polearms. I'm going to keep getting that 1 point at a time until I run out of that manual, because that's just... It's such an efficient use of my XP. I'm going to start doing shields next to get my attack rate down to its minimum. And eventually get this tower shield online. Alright, so I think this is the final zone. You can kind of see how like it changed, the walls have changed color. Admittedly, there are other places, but like this is like a little mini vault. This seems like a much bigger vault because it's kind of expanding into a hallway. This is probably where most of the snakes are. So we're gonna alert some of them, bring them back, and just start picking them off with ranged weapons. This is like the place I want to use ranged weapon. Like there's a big threat of a bunch of enemies in the background. I just don't want to use them in every situation because I will eventually run out. But like, this is probably the most dangerous situation in this entire zone. So like, I can back up to these stairs, attract these guys' attention, and kill them from a distance. You can see the power of throwing weapons right now. It's pretty insane. I'm functionally as good as any ranged character who's put all their points into dex and has a really cool ranged weapon, but I'm just doing it by throwing boomerangs at guys. It's one of the... If I was a designer on this game, not to say I should be, like I'm not that good at the game, I'm not good enough to be a designer, I would probably either make ranged weapons better in some way or make throwing weapons worse, because I think the disparity between how powerful ranged is and how powerful throwing is isn't high enough, because like I feel like on any melee strength character I can almost win the entire game only using throwing weapons a lot of the time if I'm on Okuaru and consistently getting boomerangs and javelins. Like, the only reason I'm ever not using throwing weapons is because eventually I could run out of them. Alright, we'll get up to 20. It's still online. I think I might go up these stairs soon. Yeah, these guys got the might buff from their ally, so I'm going to go up the stairs, heal up. Ranged weapons being overhauled is a plan at some point in the future. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, ranged weapons aren't necessarily bad. There are things that ranged weapons can do that melee weapons, throw weapons can't. But it's not... I don't think there are so many things that buff or interact with melee weapons that ranged weapons don't get the benefit of. There's so many spells. Like, there's no manifold assault for ranged weapons, right? They got dimensional bullseye, which is, like, good... But it's not a manifold assault, and it's not V's electric charge, right? V's electric charge, like, it's a teleport blink strike that works with melee. there's like a tons of spells that it synergize with melee that don't synergize with ranged, and it's not significantly better as a source of damage than throwing weapons because throwing weapons scale differently. And ranged weapons scale exactly like melee weapons. They increase in skill and get a minor percentage damage increase instead of a flat damage increase. You know, it's just... I don't know. I feel like range is the weakest or second weakest kind of playstyle. Still playing the 6 hours a day. I love this game, right? And I don't burn out on it very much. You know, when I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, whew, there's no Max C in this game, I'll tell you that much. Lignification's an interesting potion. It can give you resist poison in a pinch in the early game, and it gives you torment immunity in the late game. It's pretty relevant. I think it's like a really well designed potion because like it also gives you a huge boost of AC for a weak character, like a character who doesn't wear heavy armor like me. I'm probably gonna stop pretty soon, Derek. Like, ooh, okay. This is a super dangerous enemy. This is the Vashnia, the Elite Marksnaga. It's basically a unique enemy that typically only spawns in a snake pit. It's like a super version of a sharpshooter. They can blink themselves away. They can blink allies away. They can blink you to another spot to keep you at a distance, and they can shoot you with a portal projectile, making sure their attacks hit. And they have 160 hit points, which is, you know, more than me. They have decent AV and EV. This guy is dangerous. So what do we do when an enemy is dangerous, class? We press our buffs. And what I'm going to do for the first time is quaff an attraction potion. A potion of attraction makes the drinker attract enemies, translocating them quickly closer for the duration of the effect. The effect is surprisingly subtle, and unwary victims may sleep through it entirely. So, the sleep through it part doesn't matter. What matters is, if I quaff this potion, now he suddenly is not super far away from me. And even if he blinks away, he will blink right back to me. This also serves to keep his guys from being able to shoot me from distance, because they are blocking each other. Can you explain that last potion breakdown in the terms of I understand? Activate, Spiral Resort, Search Quick Fix. See enemy who is a ranged enemy who is difficult to keep in melee. Quaff potion. This is a little dangerous. I'm a little low on hit points, but alright, we're safe. Fill up. Ooh, Agnes is dangerous. She's got a 99 hit points, +1 Liger Tank of Venom. I haven't resist poison, so it's not so bad. Let's see if I can get around this corner without her noticing. Alright, let's see if I can heal up. I will go and kill her, but I'd like to get up to max hit points. So Agnes can, like, berserk herself, so she does way more damage than it looks like she does. And she has a very fast attacking weapon. So what I'm going to do is, what's her willpower? If you click one of these things, you can click on them. I have a 4% chance to affect her with this paralyzation. So I would probably only get up to like 13% if I use vulnerability on her then. She is not immune to poison, right? So here's a great chance to use a scroll of poison. So she's kind of like, she's not stupid, she's a human, but she is an aggressive character because she like berserks herself. So she will run through poison and hurt herself doing it. So now she's going to sit in this poison cloud and take a ton of damage while poisoned. And just die to it. So that's like a great time to use a poison scroll. Alright, so I've used up my manual. My polearms are at 20. I didn't need to get that far in them, but it's nifty to do. So now we're going to level up probably shields. I'm going to get shields up to like 20 if I can. So I can equip a tower shield. My armor is already pretty good. I got 36 AC. I'd like to get my shield and my dodging up at this point. It's like dodging is my weakest point of defense, and I'd like to also get a heavier shield equipped. So I've got pretty good fighting too. Yeah, I'm at 15 fighting, that's fine. I think maybe a wiser player would keep leveling up fighting and throwing, but I'm pretty strong. It's my answer to that. I think I would like to get javelins up to minimum delay though. But I don't have a lot of javelins yet, so I don't plan on spamming them. Once I get up to like a 20 stack of javelins, both silver and non-silver, I'll probably try to get throwing up to 16. So I can use javelins without using hero effectively. So I think they're currently at, what, 0.9? I'd like to get them to 0.7 base delay. So we're clearing out this dungeon. I think I'm going to be done after Snake. I have been streaming for like 6 hours. It hasn't been 6 hours, has it? I started at like 2, right? It's been 4 hours. It's been 3 hours and 20 minutes. The game has a timer for how much time you spent. I'm gonna back up a little bit around a corner. Get away from that trap. There we go. Kill some snakes where I'm in a safe position. Ooh, this is a less safe position. This guy took away my mana. What a jerk. I use that for damage. Okay, so we're going to go around a corner. So I'm fighting less guys at a time. There we go. The important thing is putting guys in front of those Naga sharpshooters so they're not all shooting you at the same time. So as long as you're like fighting a guy in melee who's blocking the Naga sharpshooter's sight line, he's not trying to shoot you, that's the general like safe place to be. It also blocks anyone from shooting poison at each other. Every Naga here can shoot poison at you. I believe I've cleared out the snake, and this is going to be the end of the vault here. Yep, there it is. That is the snake, the Serpentine Rune of Zot. This is our first rune. So when you press Shift 5, the percentile button, this shows you how many runes you have. There are potentially 15 runes in the game, but you only need 3 to win it, and that's generally what I'm going to be showing you here. Oh, something I'd like to show you. I'm currently at level 17. If I look at my mutations, you'll see I now have a 40% chance to headbutt someone when they miss me, and I have a 53% chance to headbutt them when I attack, which is very powerful when I'm attacking as fast as I am. That's another thing to remember. Well, actually, I think the auxiliary attacks are always attack at 1/0, so I don't think you can like attacking faster makes them better. So still 53%. So yeah, let's do a review. Let's make sure I haven't missed any cool shields. Make sure I haven't missed any cool gloves. Because I don't want to forget when I come back. Make sure I haven't missed any cool cloaks. There's that one corrosion resistant cloak, but I don't need that. Make sure I haven't missed any hats. The only hat I have not gotten was the hat from the acquirement scroll. Or no, it was the Okawaru gift. I don't need any amulets. I'm never changing my amulet. I don't need any body armor. I'm never changing my body armor. Do I need any boots? These are the only artifact boots I've found, and they are mediocre at best. Plus 3 strength is probably not worth the rampaging and the -1 cold. Alright, I think that's going to be it, folks. I'm doing pretty well. This is one of the most powerful melee-only runs I've ever done because I've gotten relevant manuals, I've gotten the best weapon you can imagine. The only thing that's gone wrong in this game is I didn't start with polearms, so I didn't have to waste so much XP on axes. If I didn't have to, that axe XP could be in a dodging or armor right now, but that's such a minor thing that it's just not worth worrying about. I would say this is otherwise a fairly typical Minotaur run, aside from the very good gear. I've gotten some decent gear otherwise, like, I got my Okawaru gear. I've gotten the kind of skills you would expect. I've put a decent bit in throwing, a lot of points into my melee weapon, a lot of points into my fighting, armor, dodging, and shields. This is a pretty typical run. And I think I've handled most of my very dangerous situations very well. Anywho, everybody, I think that's going to call it. I will be, hopefully, assuming everything goes well, I'm going to do this again next Saturday, and we'll do the other branch. As a matter of fact, I'm going to quick travel to the Shoals. And so next week, we will start in the Shoals. More Spiral by Monday? Yeah, I should be back playing Spiral on Monday, assuming nothing happens. Tomorrow's my off day. It's my D&D day. Anyhow, everyone, thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it. And if if this was all new to you and you didn't see the early part where I explained how everything works, it's going to be there in the VOD. It's going to be all there in the VOD. I hope this was an informative and fun experience for the people who either don't normally watch me because they don't care about Yu-Gi-Oh, or for the people who do care about Yu-Gi-Oh, to be introduced to a really weird, really unique, really niche game that I really like. Anyhow, thanks for stopping by, everyone. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time.